Welcome to PokerGO's coverage of the 56th Annual World Series of Poker. Today we've got a juggernaut on our hands. It's the final table of the Colossus, the 10th edition of this iconic event, and it has absolutely lived up to the name. A staggering 16,301 entries poured in $500 each. They built a prize pool of more than $6.7 million and made this the 11th largest live poker tournament in history. Now, just 9 players remain, each guaranteed $58,000. One's going to walk away with $542,000, the gold bracelet, and their place in poker history. My name is Donnie Peters, and I am absolutely fired up to bring you the action today. And joining me is WSOP bracelet winner, longtime pro, Kaiwen Wei. Tristan, this event is always a wild, chaotic ride to the finish line. Now we're down to that final stretch. Are you ready, sir?
Yeah, I'm ready, Donnie. Any event that has 16,000 plus entries is just ridiculous. To wade, no pun on my last name, through the field there and find yourself at the final table is just a feat in itself. And now these players are battling really short stacks, as you can see, since we see it's such a big field, kind of long event, right? So we're gonna see a lot of short stack play here at this final table.
Yeah, I would expect the chips to absolutely fly in this tournament. The stacks are not that deep. Our chip leader, Ramaswamy Pyloore, does have quite the lead, so we'll see if he wants to get after it early, what sort of approach he takes early on. I will tell you that last night, to get to this final table, he made a call with 4-3 suited after 2 other people were all in, and he said, why not? Called it off, spikes the straight, brings us to this final table here. So if that is any sort of inclination for what we're going to get today, I'm here for it.
Look right here, off the rip, we got 15 big blinds and a suited ace on the button. Now with these stacks and this kind of formation, I think a raise is fine, although you could have just jammed it all in, given that you cover the big blind. And this is just the technical aspects of this final table are going to be fascinating because there's so many short stacks and the pay jumps are huge.
Call for 60. 60? 60 before the blinds.
Williams makes the call here from the big blind. King, Jack, 4, 2 clubs, 1 heart. Gutierrez takes the lead. He flops a pair of 4s. He's got backdoor hearts as well.
So if we weren't at a final table and if there weren't these huge pay jumps, this would have been all in pre-flop likely from 2, pretty decent holdings and short stacks on the button and blinds. But now we see these hands take a flop, and what's going to happen? Let's see.
Action is on Gutierrez. 27.5 million in the middle. He's going to come with 7 million here.
Today only. The lights are so hot.
Is it only here?
Oh, it's the lights.
Oh, it's lights. That's what makes it. Okay.
Ace of clubs working. Little does Gutierrez know he's good with a pair of 4s.
We'll see if this is just posturing from Williams or if he's actually going to come with a call or maybe something additional than that.
I'm sure there's going to be a lot of timid play from the start.
All right, Williams does give it up there. So first one to Gutierrez, and at this stage of the tournament when these stacks are so shallow on average, every single chip that you pick up is just enormous for things going forward.
Yeah, very true. I mean,
Who's that on the picture, Ryan?
It's my friend, KL. Making a documentary about him.
Oh,
He's a poker player.
Oh, you were going to take a stand.
The 2 biggest names you might recognize from a poker player standpoint at this final table, Matt Glantz
Editing process.
and Ryan Leng. We also have a UFC fighter here,
By the end of the year.
I don't think so.
We'll see.
Antonio Trocoili. He's in, I believe it's seat 1,
Someone will know in
a
an
Brazilian
hour. Someone will know in an
MMA
hour.
fighter, married to Mackenzie Dern.
very interesting.
I was just looking for the walk.
He's one of those guys where you saw him walking through yesterday, and I was like, that guy's an athlete. I don't know what he's playing, but he's for sure an athlete. Just looks like he's just, built to perform at all times.
just say it was not happening.
And he looks like an athlete. He also looks like he escaped from the Squid Games because he has the Squid Game outfit on. And here we go, the chip leader applying some pressure with an offsuit Broadway. This is totally the type of hand you want to come in and raise with, especially when you're the chip leader. I mean, I would imagine the chip leader wanted to put the gas on the pedal, but you got to be careful because there's so many short stacks, so you don't really want to step into it and have to raise fold a lot. But Trocoili seems like he just wants to posture. He wants to be in the moment. He wants to take his time even when he's got no decision pre-flop.
Felt as much different on this one. Doesn't slide. It's like
Action folds over, two-way on the button. Ace-3 suited for him. Could have some thoughts of taking this one upstairs if he thinks Pyloore is getting after it a bit too much. He does not, passes
12.
on it.
12 million total.
Ace-Queen suited for Williams, and he is certainly going to get active here.
Yeah,
and
look,
after he lost that pot, he's you know, this is shove territory.
yeah. Look, with all these short stacks, sure you want to ladder up, but there's also the other side of the coin. I want to get chips. I want to put myself in a position to win. And you just can't fold these massive strength hands, especially when you have 8.5 big blinds. So I would expect to see an all-in here.
So this is going to be a raise.
So he comes with a non-all-in raise. He's working with 9 big blinds, so
20.
maybe this sends some alarm bells to Pyloore.
20.
10. That's 20.
20. Oh, I'm so sorry.
We see a misclick here against a chip leader. And this is the chip leader you said, hey, I'm gambling with 3-4 suited. King 10 off, considerably better than 4 high.
Do you have any big chips behind? Or that's it, right?
This might just go in pre-flop. Now pot odds, look, you have to call 8 million to win 50 million, and we see the odds on the screen here, 65 to 35. Definitely warrant a call here.
If you haven't called, I'm in good shape.
Oh, now he's talking to him,
Speech
is Williams.
play. Uh-oh, we got the speech play working. And I think Pyloore is just wondering, do I want to just put this in pre-flop or see a flop? And he's trying to gauge
How much is it?
how strong this hand is for a min click. Could he be up against
4 or
pocket
5?
aces?
Was it 4?
He's not sure.
20 is correct.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah.
It was supposed to be 30, but I'm nervous and counted the wrong chip denomination.
Little honesty
I
there.
mean, Williams, I feel like, is being pretty honest there, right?
Look, it's his first big final table like this.
So it does look like Pyloore is going to, he's got the chips in there. All right, he's going to make the call. So he's going to take a flop here in position to see how things go. Now the pot's 50 million. Williams only has half pot behind, 26 million.
Yeah, look, if he was nervous before, he's going to be nervous now. He wants to connect with this flop. If he doesn't, how's he going to proceed? Is he just going to jam any flop?
King, Queen, 6. This is great for Pyloore. Williams jams right away, 25.5 million, and Pyloore's thinking about it here.
Yeah, look, the thoughts that this guy had a really strong hand pre-flop and is still jamming this flop remain with the chip leader. But I think after it's all said and done, we will see top pair enter the pot and make a call.
Well, once you take a conservative approach of just calling pre, if you're Pyloore, you can't get much of a better flop. I mean, you can, yes, but this is...
Yeah, I think it's more so my opponent showed a lot of strength. They've now moved all in. They could have ace-king. They could have a set of queens. They could have, who knows, king-jack, king-queen, aces, of course. So I think Pyloore just wants to consider all those options before he makes a decision. This is big money we're playing for, Donnie. We got over $500,000 up top for a $500
Same as pre-flop. If you haven't called, I'm in
buy-in.
good shape. I promise you.
Wow.
Little does Williams know.
Yes, little does he
These
know.
aren't snap calls. You're not good.
And I will say that if Pyloore ultimately does call here, I think the other players are going to be quite surprised with what he ends up turning over.
And look, if Williams gets called here, this could be a misclick disaster early on at this final table. The 10 of clubs also working for Pyloore.
I just see no way that you can fold this hand. I'm sorry. Like
You got it. Nice hand.
Oh, he does give it up.
He does fold.
Oh my!
That was a fun one.
No!
That's just
That's not the
no
No!
awareness.
That's the moderate friend.
Good king there. Yeah.
Goes to his rail, tells him what he had. They tell him good fold. Little do they know he was an 80% favorite and only had to put in a quarter of the pot to see the showdown
Way ahead
there.
if he's not
Yeah.
telling you, if he's not snapping
Hopefully
away.
it's
Again,
just
listen,
tough-
if you're
tough
going
weird
to
spots like
commit
that.
to that pot, in my opinion,
He
pre-flop,
keeps up.
you cannot
Or
fold
he's
when
on
you
a
hit
great
top
show.
pair. And if he just has you beat, he has you beat. That's the
Would've
game. But
called it
that's
if he was
also
putting
why
on a
you
great
build
show.
large chip stacks like Pyloore
I'm
has, so
saying
you can
pre-flop,
you
he
can
was putting on
possibly weather some beats along the
Induce
way.
The old,
Courtney has no idea how lucky he just got,
Shut
and he picked up extra chips there. That is unreal result for him. And what is that? The second half off the deck, we're baffled already. Welcome to the World Series of Poker, everybody.
All right, Trocoili here with 9-8 suited. Into the muck it goes. Gutierrez here, a nice looking king jack of spades.
Raise 10 million.
Comes in with the min raise, makes it 10 million. The blinds are 2.5 million, 5 million. Everyone started with, was it 40K or 50K?
Was it
50K,
30K?
50K in chips, I believe.
Nah, I don't think it was that much.
Yeah, because they upped it. I remember looking at the structure. They upped it from previous years.
I busted so quick in this tournament, I couldn't
Tell him
even
to be
tell
on
you what
time
I
for once in
started
his
with. And Matt Glantz here with an ace in the big, but he's definitely thinking of ICM. He's one of our most seasoned veterans at this final table, and what a lucky MFer that guy is.
I mean, his shirt does say lucky AF, right? And Glantz jams here.
Wow.
And listen, I know King Jack suited is a pretty looking hand, but when somebody stuffs it on you, you kind of get a little squirmish in your seat with it.
Yeah, it's an 11 big blind shove, but with these positions, these are the pots that set the tone for the final table. If there's a call here, we immediately have Gutierrez risking the majority of his chips, leaving himself with 6 big
that
blinds to work with if he loses
no.
this.
1 hour.
Every one of these pots is just crucial.
$56 million total.
Action on Gutierrez. He did get the count. 56 million is the jam. So just over 11 big blinds from Glantz. Jamming out of the big blind. Gutierrez opened here from the hijack position.
And like Donnie said, right, 50K starting stack. So that means when we look at 5 million in the big blind, wow, look at this. That's a huge get through with ace-8 off to not have to run it. And man, I'm always baffled when I look at poker final tables because everyone just wants to hold on, hold on, hold on. And look at what we've seen so far.
Well, you know, that was another spot. I know you went back to the first hand where Gutierrez could have just open jammed.
Yeah.
Right? You know, once you have Dencker and Pyloore out of the way, previously, you know, before you acted, they already folded. They are the people that can take you out of the tournament. Now, yes, Wei could bust Gutierrez, you know, stuff like that, but the stacks are like they have to pick up a very premium hand. So had Gutierrez just jammed there, I would guess the ace-8 off just hits the muck for sure.
Of course. Yeah. So yeah, covering people and making other people play for their tournament life is really a huge deal here. And like I was saying, at the 5 million and the 50K starting stack, we got 100 dead bodies of the people who played the tournament in the blinds right now as we speak, right? 50K starting stack, 5 million in the big blind. That just shows how many people this field had to get through and how much each of these chips are worth as we see Trocoili pick up a premium in 2 10s here, Donnie.
Pyloore getting active once again, comes in with a raise, 11 million, queen jack for him. Trocoili in the next spot finds those 10s. And he is all in.
Jason, can you?
I haven't looked yet, so.
61 million in the middle.
I was thinking about me.
Just over 12 blinds is the jam from Trocoili.
61.
I need this clock on. Why the hell don't I have a clock?
I see a queen jack here on the button, hit the muck. That's really good for Trocoili.
I see Felipe Ramos, fellow Brazilian, on the rail there. I see Mackenzie Dern also in the background, both rooting for their guy, Trocoili.
No.
That looks more than 4. That looks more than like a 10
50, I
stack.
think. There's 45.
There's oranges behind.
Yeah.
Yeah. 40, 50, 10, 20, 30, 40, 61, 50, 55, 60.
Correct.
How much is it finally?
61.
The jam amount confirmed, 61 million. Now this is a bit of a different spot than the one Pyloore faced before when he had the king 10, because his opponent jammed this time. It's not just that min click.
Yep. Look, queen jack offsuit shrinks up considerably here when you're jammed on. Your opponents really aren't going to be jamming hands like 4s and 5s and 6s and 7s as frequently as they would in a chip EV format where we're not playing with all this money at stake. So even hands like that you run decent against, like ace-5 suited or ace-king, like you're a little concerned. And we do see the chip leader be very conservative. I think this is a good fold, but I think the other spot he found himself in with the top pair could have changed the whole flow of this final table.
Nice pickup there for the Brazilian MMA fighter, and Pyloore, the chip leader, is now back below 200 million. Still a very big lead for him, up about 92 million on Dencker, but a couple of dents into the stack of Pyloore to start this final table.
Look, if Pyloore wanted to, in the right positions with a few players folded, he could just move all in every hand, Donnie. Honestly, with his stack.
Probably, yeah. Kind
And
of.
I'm
You're
for that
cool with
one.
it?
I'm for that one.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
You're that guy, huh?
Wow, he's
When we get to-
Short stack now is Ryan Leng. He's got just over 10
Goal
bigs.
still at 8.
He's in the
Goal's
small
8.
blind to start this
Good
hand.
goal to have.
I think we bag at 8 and we come back tomorrow.
I could do that. I didn't fucking sleep. And then got here early, as you know. Which is my fault.
Trocoili repping the CPT hat, make poker fun again. Gutierrez with another nice starting hand here, this time
Boy got it
ace
handled.
queen
Is that your boy?
suited.
10 million.
Oh, sorry.
Comes in with
Yeah.
a raise to ace queen to 10 million. He's been the most active player so far. This is his third time raising.
That's okay. That's fine.
We go to fold there, right? No, he did a mistake by making it 20.
Pulls around to the big blind. Consideration here with the jack-8 suited. Probably one of the worst holdings in the disconnection jack region I would consider calling here with.
Dencker does make the call here.
Yeah, throw forward.
Going to be heads up.
Big table.
27.5 million in the middle.
Love to see a lady make it this far. We need more women in poker, so let's go.
King 7-3, 2 diamonds, 1 spade. A texture that'll likely favor Gutierrez's range quite a bit here.
Yes, sir. King high. Pretty dry flop. Should continue with a bet typically here, although with these suits and the connection of the board, if you were in any other situation, you might want to check, but here at a final table, this 27.5 million in the middle is worth a lot of money in real time.
7.5 million is the wager from Gutierrez.
Thanks, bud.
And Dencker gives it up.
The lights. I asked him to bring 2 fans.
And with that pot, Gutierrez
Fucking brutal.
It's just
That's rough.
about
The
100
blinds are up.
million
The
in
blinds are up,
chips.
too.
Are they?
And next hand.
Next hand, not this hand.
Yeah. It's just so annoying.
There's
It'll break
light
my
at
neck.
the bottom.
Next hand.
Played 4 hands in 20 minutes. 19 minutes.
Yeah.
It's a good start.
They can't. It's
old blinds. I hit the button.
Appreciate everyone who is tuning in to this final table. 16,301 entries. Let me say that again. 16,301. That's how many
Insane.
entries were in this tournament. $500 buy-in. This is the final 9. This is what WSOP dreams are made of.
$500 into
it's
over
like,
500.
It's like a lottery ticket, but like a better one because you actually get to control the lottery.
Your
in
odds
some-
are better. You're at least 1 in 16,000.
Frankie.
And now
And
you're
you
at
get,
worst
you get to
1 in
actually
9.
play. You get to kind of control your fate, which is just great. Gutierrez here finds another race candidate, King Jack offsuit.
So considerations a little bit different here. He would be raising in the chip leader, and he's already gotten a few through. So maybe I want to just avoid and let these short stacks battle, and so he does pass.
Yep. And that's probably emphasis of the cutoff point. King Jack suited, he probably raises. King Jack offsuit, he probably doesn't raise. And look at this, he would have walked into aces for Matt Glantz. Glantz in the cutoff seat here. 71
And let's see
million
your
to
poker
work with.
face, Mr. Glantz. How's his poker face look, Donnie? He looks down at the stone cold bullets here at a major final table, raising the chip leader's big blind.
Glantz coming in with a little bit of a larger sizing here, 12 million. Pyloore has queen 6 offsuit in the big blind.
Orange and pink chips kind of look like similar
They are.
with the light, right?
Even though you're the chip leader, I
weird.
think you can just not have to
Like a
defend,
strawberry orange
really
Yeah, like
crappy
And then you get
hands like this.
like chocolate flakes or something.
something.
Oreo sprinkles.
So good lay down there by Pyloore.
Another pickup there for Matt
They all turn into
Glantz.
food at the end of the day.
He's now up
It's all
over
food, I
80
think.
million. So he's up about 20 million or so on the day. Good start
3 and 6.
to the table, final table for Matt Glantz. Short stack right now remains Ryan Leng. You see him there to Glantz's left. Leng looking like he got a fresh new haircut, got the beard trimmed up.
Got a little sun maybe. Vegas resident. Another accomplished poker pro at the final table, of course. He's got 4 circuit rings.
Yeah, I think many people may remember Ryan Leng from his trip to the 50K PPC final table a couple years ago. I believe he also made the Monster Stack final table. It was either the Monster Stack or the Million Maker, one of those two, that same summer.
Yeah, unreal summer that was.
And then talking to one of his good friends, Kevin Gerhardt, who I believe is on the rail somewhere. Ryan has taken a liking to the big field, no limit hold'em tournaments and really started to put in a lot of work in terms of studying those types of fields. And it looks like it's working out for him because here he is
Oh, you thought about
at one of the biggest tournaments ever at the final
Have you been
table.
up to the room today?
It's also pretty hot, so your hands can get like sweaty, get stuck on there, and then.
Yeah, I don't think I forgot to
Dencker
look
giving
over
up
today,
her
too,
button.
on that line.
By Lauren in the small blind, queen, deuce
You know,
off.
lights are hot when the
Good information.
leather is hot.
Rail is warm.
It is.
Feathers
Yeah.
warm. Fucking armpits are sweating.
It's probably not a
Playing
too much
PLO today?
information.
PLO 8?
Sure. You're a big boy.
Good. Nice.
I love it. What are you?
Play 80 or?
Pyloore gonna attack here. Comes in with the raise. 16 million. Trocoili finds king 5 off in the big blind.
Very uncomfortable spot here. Chip leader raising big. The blinds did go up, but raising still almost a 3x. I don't have any good advice for the big blind here, Donnie. Obviously, king 5, in chips, it might be worth all your chips if we were just playing in a sim where the real money didn't matter and it's a chip leader and they could raise fold, right? A king versus any 2 is going to be pretty good, but given the setup here at the final table with all the money at stake, fold seems reasonable.
Yeah,
Are you not
given
hot
the
in
pay
fucking
jumps,
tracksuit jacket?
you know, the fact that this one
You
came
hot?
from a $500 buy-in, it makes sense to be a little bit more conservative here. Allow me to tell you about Octopi Poker, the next generation study system for everyone, from casual players to elite pros like that man on your screen, Stephen Chidwick. It's fun to use, it's affordable, and it is full of features. Head out to octopipoker.ai now and check them out. We are still 9-handed here at the final table of the WSOP Colossus, the 10th edition of this event. And this is the event at the World Series that really started like the sub $1,000 buy-in, chaotic mayhem tournaments. You know, now we have the Gladiators of Poker, we have the Salute of Warriors, you know, we have all these different ones. But the Colossus was the first one.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we see Matt Glantz working on 14 big blinds. And these are the kind of hands you don't want to raise. You'd maybe rather just move all in with.
And there is the jam.
And I say you don't want to raise these type of hands because if the big blind defends, they're a little bit harder to play. If someone jams on you, they might jam like hands that perform pretty well against your holding, like a king 10, like a pocket 8s, pocket 9s, king jack suited perhaps. So here you kind of deny these equity holdings, and someone has to basically wake up with a top 10 hand here if they want to battle.
What is the count there?
And jacks for Gutierrez, and he's got a top 10 hand.
Speaking of a top 10 hand, this is going to be an all-in and a call, Donnie. There's no ifs, ands, and buts about it. Jacks cannot hit the muck. Glantz could be shoving some worse holdings. This is going to be a huge confrontation.
And also worth considering that if Glantz did have queens plus, queens, kings, aces, he's not jamming those hands. He's going to raise, try and get action, and call with those ones. So I think, yeah, sometimes you're going to be flipping like you are if you're Gutierrez, but ultimately jacks are going to get in there.
Yeah, you should never be dominated here, like Donnie's point.
And there is the call, and here we go. An enormous flip, 176 million in the middle. These stacks are very, very close. If Gutierrez loses this one, he's going to be left with what looks like 3 big blinds. So a huge shift in things here on the table. Matt Glantz with the ace-queen. He is the player at risk. Gutierrez with a couple of jacks. Ace, 4, deuce. And Mr. Lucky AF spikes the flop.
It feels good now, but it's never over till it's over.
8 of diamonds on the turn, so Gutierrez needs a jack. 2 outs. That's what Glantz has to fade. 10 of clubs on the end. Matt Glantz with a huge double up here, up over 170 million. Gutierrez is going to be left with 10 million.
Yeah, I just broke it down for you, actually.
Leaves the other guy super short.
Wow, that is huge for Matt Glantz.
So we'll just double check. 50, 75, 1.
Wait, let me make
And
sure
we
this is
see
one.
Gutierrez now become of an extreme short stack with under 2
40.
bigs remaining.
83.5.
50.
Donnie, could you fill us in on the pay jumps that we are anticipating from 9th to 8th
75.
and
You
forward?
said 80.
Yes, I will get them for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No. So,
And of course, you know, it's going to be super interesting now because of how short
no, they're checking.
Gutierrez is. So the players right now are guaranteed just shy of $58,000. Next pay jump is just about $74,000.
Look at that.
Okay, so
So-
16K pay jump,
Nice
and then
hands.
we work for
He has around
20K
10 million
pay
left,
jumps and 30K pay
Other guy has
jumps.
around 10 million left.
There you see the chip denominations presented by True Classic. Biggest chip in play is that gray 5 million chip.
No, he had
And listen,
jacks, that Matt
Tristan
had
points
ace-queen.
out $16,000 pay jump, which in and of itself doesn't sound like the biggest thing. But when you're coming from a $500 buy-in, you know, for many of these players, $16,000 is a huge jump. For myself included, right? You know, so that's like you got to put it into context. So now you're playing a 50K high roller. Okay, 16K pay jump isn't all that crazy, but $500 buy-in, that's 32 buy-ins.
Exactly. There you go, Donnie. That's how you need to look at it right there. Of course, monetary value matters, but like Donnie said, How many buy-ins are we playing for?
Thank you.
32 buy-in pay jump is very significant. The biggest pay jumps we're going to see, though, are going to come from 5th place forward, especially in the top 3 places. I mean, these tournaments are just so top-heavy. We got 550,000 to the winner here. It's 1,100 buy-ins.
Absolutely wild.
Wait. Did I say that right? Is that? I hope my math isn't too off there.
The most chips you've ever had?
It's crazy.
354.
So now we have a very interesting dynamic on our hands. Gutierrez is in the small blind right now. He's got 10 million left. Now, if he does fold this hand, he'll have a bunch of free hands.
No.
But that kind of puts everyone else in like this weird ICM jail cell where they can't do much. And then I'm curious to see if Pyloore picks up on that, because he should almost just kind of go nuts right now, right?
Yeah, you're right.
He could, but are the other players going to adhere to that idea that you just documented, right? Williams, we see. Williams would be better served to probably just not play a hand, because if he just folds for the next orbit, Gutierrez is going to be all in, just like everybody else at this table is probably thinking. But we see Williams say, hey, I don't care. What are you talking about? Chip leader, all that stuff. I'm playing ace-10.
And look at this, Tristan. Kings for the chip leader. And notice the raise size from Williams, 2.5x. So a little bit larger here.
It's like there's
Maybe time for a little get back for
Come over here to
Pyloore.
avoid the heat.
You typically would want to raise here, but maybe there's some consideration of a slow play. But this is a spot where nobody's going to expect you
60 behind?
to.
A little less. I think I start with 71.
yeah. Thank you.
Everyone's probably thinking the chip leader's going to pounce on us because this guy only has 2 big blinds. But little do they know the chip leader actually wakes up with the second best hand to start with in Texas Hold'em. What size is Ravi going to choose here? And I'd say you could just kind of min-click it here. You don't really need to have a large sizing given what's happening at this final table currently.
There is the 3-bet. $47,500,000, so a little bit over 3x what Williams made it, which is 15 million. Don't put much into this tank from Trocoili here. He's just been kind of taking his time on every decision. Gutierrez finds tens.
Wow.
How much is the raise to?
This, Donnie, I don't know what to say here. I don't know if you can really look. If you knew Williams and Pyloore were going to get the money in here, you would fold 2 tens. But on the flip side of that, Gutierrez has 1 big blind left, and he's got the 5th best hand to start with in Hold'em. So I don't see how he gets away from tens, but it's possible. There's some kind of possibility here that he somehow makes some miraculous fold.
Well, in theory, Williams should be pretty high up in his range, right? He's early position, he's raising, he still has the chip leader behind him. There's that dynamic of a guy with 1 big blind at the table. So, you know, Williams should have kind of top of range here, which is probably weighing into the consideration for Gutierrez.
But
And
look,
he does
puts
put
it
his
in.
money in.
Look, even if he is
was
top
that?
of range,
Just so I know.
think of the math here,
7 plus
Donnie.
3, the blind.
10.
It's like
Okay.
10.
He's
Yeah.
putting in
Looks
10
like
million.
stack.
These players have already put in over 10 million themselves. He puts in 10 million to win over 40 million here. He has a chance to quadruple up and some and get back in this tournament, even though you are right. There was that kind of fear in front of him from under the gun and the 3-better from the chip lead.
The P, I should have done it right when he.
What is that? 10?
Yeah, 10, yeah.
Now, he's not going to expect
Tens?
Pyloore to have such a big hand here and only 1 out
Good fold.
by you. But, hey,
Good fold.
anything can
It's a
happen.
side pot.
Are those 10s?
Yeah.
Is there?
Notice, 10 million to
Tens
win
versus
42
kings. Ryan
million.
knows.
So,
Kings versus 10s.
So you know.
very
can
close
fold.
spot.
Yeah. I mean, looks like
Williams
another
did
good fold.
get out of the way. Gutierrez at risk here with a couple of tens.
What's that?
Wasn't
5,000 there?
interested this time. That's because he made it 15, so 5 goes back to him.
He gets.
He's only in for 10.
Take, it's his 5.
And he's
Take the
mine, right
5.
here.
Yeah.
Thanks, yeah.
Charcoal chip hitting Ravi's stack.
Good luck.
As we see the hammer fist from the UFC fighter come extend to
alive.
Gutierrez to offer some good luck.
Star.
Queen
Not those
8-5 with a couple of hearts.
Straights or what?
The king of hearts does belong
back
to
door.
Pyloore here.
Need a 9, jack,
No sweat.
or a
king.
media 10.
5 of clubs on the turn, so a 10 and a 10 only.
The 110 in the deck,
Yep.
the 10 of clubs.
Is he,
110 was folded from Williams already. He needs a 1-outer here. Ace of hearts on the end. That means we are going to lose
Nice hand.
Justin Gutierrez in 9th place, the first casualty of this
I can't call it.
Colossus final table. He's going to take home just shy of $58,000 in prize money.
I cannot 100% call there unless I have
Great
one
run,
specific
Justin. I mean, you had the most decisions that we've seen in the 5 or 6 hands so far at this final
hand.
table.
Yes, I would have got there.
And yeah, Donnie, the butterfly effect. Who knows if that King Jack suited calls against Matt Glantz's Ace 8 offsuit. I know that's maybe an
Hey,
impossible
if
call.
your jacks just hold.
If your jacks hold
You
too,
know?
exactly. There's so many different ways to look at it, right?
59.5.
Yeah, if his jacks hold, Matt Glantz is in 9th place, and Gutierrez is second in chips.
The seat's burning. This is burning.
The final 8 players are now guaranteed $73,880 at this final table of the 2025 WSOP Colossus. This is the 56th annual World Series of Poker. My name is Donnie Peters. I got Tristan Wade alongside of me.
We need to get. I asked.
16,301 entries down to the final 8.
Oh, I forgot. I had to do the chat. Nice. They will appreciate it.
Chip leader,
I'm clear.
still
8 of 8
picking
now,
up
so
nice hands.
Handcuffs are off. Yep.
As we see we hear some rail talking.
Yeah, handcuffs are off, but listen, Ryan Leng is still, he's got 8 big, so he's pretty short. So, you know, the chip leader can still, you know, just charge ahead, kind of,
Oh, yeah.
you know, without anyone really able to push back, unless, of course, they pick up a big hand. Then it's a different story. But for right now, you know, I would expect Pyloore to just continue to do this. And also, it does benefit Pyloore specifically that Ryan Leng is the short stack, because I feel like Ryan Leng is certainly going to be conscious of ICM. And he's going to, you know, fold. And he probably understands that when you get in these sorts of tournaments where the average stack is very short and everything generally plays very shallow, like he could fold down to like 5 big blinds. Like 5 big blinds here is kind of like 10 big blinds in a different tournament.
Yeah, it is. He has a little flexibility. He is the shortest stack, but when you look around the table and you see all these other short stacks that are on his heels, it does allow him some flexibility to play a little bit tighter than he
We're
should.
burning up here.
Yes. Thank you. Sorry.
All right.
It's only hot because you guys are running so hot. How the hell do you think you made it past 16,000 people to the final 8? You guys are all flaming. And Donnie, when we look at these stacks behind the chip leader, we see 70 million, 70 million, 50 million, 70 million. He could just play an all-in strategy. And I love this hand to do it with. Ace-3 suited. Just move all in, Pyloore. Make someone just wake up with a hand behind you.
Can't be there.
Pyloore looking like he's counting out raising chips here. There we go.
And the idea behind just playing all-ins instead of raises is you don't get you make people call for their tournament life, and when they call, you at least got 30% equity with a suited ace, unless they pick up pocket aces, which is very unlikely, because there's only 3 ways to make pocket aces once I have an ace in my hand. So, sure, this might work for him too, as we see nobody pick up with a hand, but what if the big blind had a hand like 10-8 suited and they want to call and see a flop? Well, they wouldn't be able to really do that if we were putting everyone all in.
10-7 off for Blodgett here in the big blind. He gives it up, and Pyloore continues to stack up chips, now
not
up
again.
over 260 million. Shows the ace, says, listen, guys, I actually had a decent hand. I got an ace, you know.
It was.
The second season of the award-winning PokerStars Big Game is available to watch on the PokerStars YouTube channel, with new episodes dropping every Saturday. It's high-stakes cash action, filmed at NAPT Las Vegas in 2024. Loose cannon Jordan Handrich takes on Jennifer Tilly, Sam Grafton, Andre Akari, Griffin Benger, and soccer star Gerard Piqué. Again, that's the PokerStars Big Game, available to watch on the PokerStars YouTube channel. Check it out today.
So it looks like we got the, what is this, a 50K high roller?
That is
in the
day 2
background?
of the 50K high roller. And for those of you watching, today is a day when PokerGO plans to do a double stream day, as we see Dencker here pick up Ace-King offsuit. Right now, the plan is to do day 2 coverage of that 50K high roller later this evening. So 2 streams all day long here from the 2025 World Series Poker on PokerGO.com. Raised to $12 million from Dencker.
And that's great news, Donnie, for all the poker fanatics out there. They get to watch this final table, and then they
My
get to
way,
compare the
gonna wait.
Colossus play to the highest
Yep.
of high rollers in the 50K. So Dencker coming in for a raise for 2 bigs, rightfully so, with a top premium hand. Folds around to Matt Glantz in the big blind. Now
Oh,
he
look at
has more playability with his stack, but he knows he's up against an under-the-gun raising
Oh, you're
range.
back already.
So 5 high hits the muck.
I was fast.
Exceptionally quick.
I know a lot of you guys are asking out there in the PokerGO chat.
Oh, your body
Yes,
warmed up.
Daniel Negreanu and Nick Schulman are running deep in that 10K no limit deuce to 7 championship. We will keep our eyes on that all day long, as we always do. Should it call for it, we could make the switch to stream
36
that.
behind.
So it's TBD right now. It's not something that we have ruled out. We will keep our eyes on it. We will
A little
possibly-
teaser.
You know, this is what happens. We plan a schedule, right? But then you never know who's going to run deep in what event, or what's happening where, or what events might run super long and need an extra day. So there's a million moving parts when it comes to the World Series of Poker. Yes, currently on the schedule is day 2 of the 50K high roller. You know, but everything on the schedule is tentative, subject to change. So just keep that in mind.
Dencker, after just getting one through with ace-king, she decides to fold the ace-5 suited. Seems right. And with the chip leader right here. Now, the idea of moving all in isn't much of a thing anymore, because we have Matt Glantz in the small blind, who has almost 30 big blinds. So we want to default back to raising. But you could still be implementing an all-in strategy, because
love
Matt
the rainbow,
Glantz
all the
really
colors every time.
would need maybe aces or kings to call the all-ins. But anyway, enough of me blabbing
stop?
about all-in strategies because everyone's short. We just see a raise, and let's see if any of the players pick up anything they can battle with.
On the button here is Blodgett, which, you know, normal
Got a
situation.
piece.
You're back in
Not
level
intentional.
4, 9-8 suited. Looks like an amazing hand. Here at the final table, everything switches. You don't want to play that type of holding.
Absolutely.
And Leng with the most incentive to want to see a flop, but he says 6-3 offsuit. Nope, I cannot with
Because
this.
I have 50% chance of being right, too. So
You were right.
So let's keep
Are
an
they
eye
getting
on
in?
Leng's stack.
How does it keep coming?
What is a?
And when
He
it doesn't
continues
come,
to
it's
get
kings.
shorter
Even
here.
better.
Are there letters in this deck?
Crazy.
Here in this, 18 left,
Leng now working with
32.
6 big blinds.
Chip lead.
Is that the fan?
And the
Oh yeah.
That's a rough one.
That's for them, I guess.
We got a fan over there.
opens to
Yeah,
2 flatters.
that's for them.
They're getting power for it. Okay, that is the fan.
Basically like 3x from big blind with kings. Shoves. Without it out.
Sorry, guys.
Kicked in the ass, basically. For a massive chip lead.
That's rough.
Yeah.
Pyloore could keep the pressure,
Now you're back.
the foot on the necks of these players with just an ace. I would continue raising if I'm him.
It's a tough one to.
Get out of your
run that deep
head.
in 2 years
Don't
in a row.
have any thoughts of
More people last year.
uncomfortability because you're playing too many hands. You're the chip leader. You got twice as many chips as second place almost. Just go ahead and keep pouncing. This is a strategy game. You kind of got to disconnect from your emotions and your feelings and sometimes make the best play. And I would say here, we see the chip leader do just that.
With this sort of chip lead that Pyloore has, as Tristan has been pointing out, and added in the fact that Ryan Leng is over there with 6 big blinds, you know, any hand that contains something that blocks anyone else's having a premium, he's probably in there, and rightfully so.
Yep. Any ace in your hand specifically, and then a lot of King X also is included in that region.
Tim.
And I would say Williams needs to watch his folding because I've seen his cards flash twice so far. And if I was on this side of the table where the chip leader is, that
well,
is
the thing is that the cameras are set up a little bit higher down,
Another
so the
ace?
player's eyesight's lower,
You're
meaning
going
Are you holding on to it?
they can
Going around
maybe
the suits.
get a
It's
glance.
crazy.
So yes, he does need
Fans
to,
coming.
need to watch that.
Yeah,
How
I'm
do you
just
do it?
saying
Gotta
that's
teach
just that's just the poker pro in me
I
and
know. We'll see.
the game
I like
integrist.
enough of hands, guys.
I wish when they
I
come,
showed
they
enough.
come
I showed
together
yesterday,
in
you guys enough.
pairs.
I showed day before yesterday enough. Now that's it, okay? I'm not going to show anymore.
Ravi. And look, Ravi's showing his ace every time. Look, you don't have to do that, Ravi. You're the chip leader. They just expect you to raise. If you got good hands,
Wow,
who
that's
cares?
really-
But I feel
That's
you.
nice.
Yeah.
Thanks,
At
Tim.
least. Thanks, guys. Oh, okay. 6 and
Oh, that
6.
feels good.
Tim sounds like PGT commissioner, my colleague Tim
Turns out we were
Duckworth.
not
These
drunk
players
yet.
have been asking for fans. I think he might have brought him 1 or 2. So shout out Tim, always there. The other day he brings
I'm impressed.
a Mountain Dew Baja Blast or something to Jeremy Becker in the field. I mean Tim,
What?
he's
different than the first guy
he's
asked.
just here for the players.
Wow, I
Okay.
got to start messaging him when I need stuff.
Exactly. Williams here finds ace jack, and Williams is also pretty short. And there is the jam.
Got to go. Absolutely got to go. Look, you got to do it here. So good find here. Nothing else to say. Just hope nobody wakes up with a better hand behind you, basically. But this is a pretty good holding here when you only have 8 bigs.
Dealt out today, bro. You better find a hand.
Try my hardest.
Nothing not anything close yet.
No.
Suck. That's the worst.
Dencker out of the way.
45-5.
I had aces already.
Good aces.
When I opened his big one.
Glantz talking to his table mate. If there, you gotta find some hands, bro. We're 10 hands into this final table. You haven't played anything yet. I already got aces. I already doubled up. Glantz, shut up! I don't want to hear that.
How many check flag?
Thank you.
Thanks. Amazing. Thanks so much.
With the way that some of these players are staying active, you know, Williams has been in there a lot. Pyloore has also been willing to get involved. Of course, Glantz has gotten involved. You know,
Now
he's
we
had
all
good
gotta
hands, some good
subscribe to
spots,
PokerGO
yes,
for
but
Tim.
he's gotten involved. These other players can kind of
Use
just
promo
sit
code
back and be
10.
like, listen,
Yeah.
maybe 2 or 3
Tim,
people
what's your
will
promo
bust,
code
and,
so
you
we
know,
can-
next thing I know, I'm making 120K or
What's your
whatever
promo
it
code
is, you know, so I'm
we
just
can
going to
sign up
chill.
under your name now.
That is the exact definition of ICM in kind of a vacuum,
sure you
if you
asked one,
if
right?
you want to call it that. Passivity. Passive play to let other people's
so
get
bad.
eliminated. And I'm only entering pots when I have the top hands to enter
a world of
pots with
difference.
because there's so much money at stake. So you're absolutely right. These players should be tight. They should be folding because they make the most money by folding and letting other people battle.
Dencker here on the button again. You can see her hair blowing in the breeze there from the fans that have been added to the
Thank you so
final
much, Tim.
table. She's out of
And-
the way. Pyloore's got 8-7
It's crazy.
suited.
They gave us a
Robbie, there's only one play
Yeah, he
for
can
Robbie
just,
here.
He can just jam
Anywhere
this
in
right
this
here.
world.
And listen,
Yep. Like,
even
I
if
can't
Trocoili does pick up a
automatically
hand to
around
call,
bounds.
8-7
Even if I
suited
walk
probably
over
plays
keys,
pretty well equity-wise, so it's not the
So you
worst
have
of
to
it.
leave the room.
Suited
One-
connectors,
we use the
any
phone.
ace here, any king
they're not
here.
jokes.
He can shove probably
no-
any
no
2
question
cards and just force Trocoili out to have a
No, I
monster. I don't want to see a raise here, but that looks like
I'm
what
not
we're
worried
seeing. We need to see maximum pressure being applied here, and
So
this
I
is
think
not
it's a
going to be
little
maximum
overextensive.
pressure. This is going to be an escape plan for Pyloore if Trocoili does wake up with something to give resistance.
It's Queen 3 suited in the big blind for the Brazilian. If he really wants to make poker fun again, he'll just stuff this and get the fold out of Pyloore.
And you're just handcuffed here. You're just handcuffed. All the short stacks are handcuffed. And the chip leader is the only one that has the full flexibility to do what he wishes. What a position to be in. And let's talk about Ravi for a second while we're here and he's got all the chips, right? Born in India, living in New Jersey now, got a master's of computer applications, and he's in IT management. So seems very smart. Maybe he's studied very, IT, maybe IT solvers that go hand in hand, right?
Of course. Of course.
But he's married with 2 kids, and that's his biggest accomplishment, having a family.
What's his biggest score? $21,000. So this is his biggest score.
This is his biggest score. He's cashed for $71,000 throughout the WSOP in his last 3 or 4 years playing the WSOP.
Sometimes when I say shit like that at the table, like I did yesterday.
But he started playing poker in 2016, Donnie, so he's been around for about 10 years.
Whenever I play cash, I always call for a deuce.
And here we go. Ryan Leng finds a hand that he can finally wager most of his chips with. And this is a good hand to do so with. King Jack offsuit. He can't wait any longer.
Yeah, Leng raises to 20 million here, but for all intents and purposes, he is all in. Of course, maybe there's a world where it goes all in, call behind him, and he can get out of the way, yes. But if, let's say, Pyloore ends up jamming here or somebody else ends up jamming, I don't foresee Leng folding.
Now, Pyloore needs to think about the aspect that, like, hey, I'm just raising every hand and people are folding. I don't need to double a short stack up.
Ace-king for Trocoili.
Juicy. This is the spot we wait. We want this. There's a short stack. We have the top hand. And here we go, Donnie.
Trocoili jams with the ace-king offsuit, Wei's out of the way. And Ryan Leng puts his chips in to make the call. And he's going to see the bad news that he is crushed by Trocoili's ace-king.
That's a tall guy right there.
Yeah. Ryan Leng, the player at risk. And look at Trocoili. Over to his rail.
He's going to put Leng in a chokehold. Oh, no. Okay, he's going to his rail. Excuse me.
You can see Trocoili there behind Leng with his rail. Philippe Ramos is there behind him, patting him on the back. Mackenzie Dern there, his wife, as well. Jack
in the window.
8-6.
Pretty good flop.
Oh, my God. Ryan Leng getting lucky so far, but there's 2 more cards to come.
Take the 10-9 on the turn and river.
Leng pulls ahead here on the jack-high flop. 3 aces remain for Trocoili. 10 of diamonds on the turn. Trocoili improves. Now he can hit a queen or an ace.
Yeah, 9 first. That's all right. It's just coming to 9.
Four cross.
This is where it's out of your hands. It's up to the deck.
5 on the river.
33.
And Ryan Leng scores the double up through Trocoili.
Trocoili getting a little support back there from his rail and his wife. That's
listen,
very
Philippe
unlucky.
Ramos, he's been in the game as long as anyone. He's telling Trocoili right now, listen, you're down, but you're not out, okay?
Yeah.
Like when you're in the octagon, you get knocked down a couple times, just get back up and let's go.
Yep, he's going to have the button. He still has 4 big blinds, and there's still a lot of short stacks here.
Play free online poker anytime at PlayPokerGo. No deposits, no risks, just pure poker action. Jump into ring games and tournaments. And don't miss the brand new No Gamble, No Future themed sit and goes featuring the Wheel of Gain. You get in there, you spin the Wheel of Gain. It tells you what you're playing for in those jackpots sit and go, so check it out now. Compete against players worldwide and sharpen your gameplay for free now at PlayPokerGo.com. PlayPokerGo is available on web, also on iOS and Android. The home of free online poker. Get in there today. I'm in there regularly, guys, so hop on in there and let's do some battle.
All right, yeah, let's go. Yeah. So even though Antonio Trocoili lost that, I just want to speak on him for a second because he made it this far. He got through 16,000 opponents so far, And this is his biggest score by far. He only has $455 in tournament winnings. Surely he's made a lot more than that in the UFC. And he's never made any cashes in WSOP yet. So congrats to Antonio thus far, and hopefully we can see him spin up that short stack after getting unlucky there against Ryan Leng.
Well, this is what we always talk about, right? Where, you know, this is his first WSOP cash. It is an absolutely incredible one as you see him move all in here with Queen Deuce suited, you know, making the Colossus final table.
30, yeah.
He look, he just says, look, I'm the shortest stack. Forget everything. I'm pissed now. I'm pissed that I just lost that. I'm all in with the Queen Deuce on the button. And this is going to work, Donnie.
And there it is. That gets through. So that is a much-needed pickup.
River was a 5. Play? Yeah. I didn't see. I was struggling with this. Thanks, Mike.
And Trocoili doubled his stack there without having to go to showdown. He goes from 24 million up to 40 million, so well done by him. But what I was saying is that, you know, this making it to this final table from 16,300 people, as you see Trocoili there fist pumping a little bit. He's in the final 8. He's guaranteed almost $74,000. This is an enormous win in and of itself. But as you saw from his reaction when he lost the ace-king to Ryan Leng's king-jack, you get this far and the only thing you can think about is first place. And it's like everything else is such a letdown. While this is an incredible accomplishment, it's just, you know, the way tournament poker always shakes out. You're like, I only want to win. It's tunnel vision. Like first place or nothing else.
Yep, that's all it is. You get this far, you're this close to the gold. That's all you can think about with the top prize.
Leng here, king, queen offsuit, fresh off his double up.
So it'll be interesting to see how Leng's going to play his strategy, right? Because with these stacks, you really don't want to play all in himself. So we do see him just come with a raise. And Trocoili with the fastest fold I've seen all day.
Well, that's the I want to fold. I'm going to get over and talk to my rail. I'm going to tell him I just jammed the queen deuce off.
And Blodgett, look, you are now entering shortest stack territory. You have one of the considerations you could call and see a flop here with the Jack 10-0. But maybe you could just fold too. I'm not sure, you know, how ICM's absolutely going to work in this kind of format, but we do just see it fold.
Fun's good.
Leng gets that one through uncontested, and he's up over 90 million now.
Thank you.
Yeah, Leng, our second most accomplished poker player at the table, next to the guy right next to him, Matt Glantz. He's got 3.5 million in live tournament winnings, almost 1.5 million in just WSOP earnings. From New Hampshire, but lives in Vegas now. Very tough player to play, and when the good players are getting lucky too, Donnie, watch out.
You are watching the final 8 players of the WSOP Colossus here at the 56th annual World Series of Poker.
Feels deep.
Everyone is guaranteed $73,880.
They took our phones away, so I can't check the app. I mean, I can look at everyone's stack.
Trocoili getting dialed in once again. Good for him. Like this is an unbelievable feat for him. Like Donnie said, I mean, he's cashed for nothing. He's just got one cash in BSOP. Shout out to the Brazilian Series of Poker. I've been over to Brazilian.
One of the best tours.
Oh yeah,
one of the best.
I went twice.
Game started
10 years ago and played some of their tournaments. Unbelievable, like hospitality and just way of life in Brazil.
Enormous
honestly.
fields. Like if you want to talk about people who love the game of poker, the Brazilians absolutely love the game of poker.
But not just the game of poker, but like life. They're just so happy, like so pleasant, so fun. Like I have never had more fun hanging out with people than when I was in Brazil. So yeah, shout out to him and the BSOP. His only career cash is a 30th place in an $800, but $800.
I'm gonna call it with a 3.
Brazilian reais.
Reais, yeah, Brazilian reais. So, you know, very small
that was like
stakes. So this is life changing. This is career changing. This is like playing on the Contender Series, like we saw him do for UFC, winning the Contender Series, and then going to the UFC and playing for a championship. So, I mean, when we look at the comparison here, and here we go, Donnie, we got the ace-5 suited. This is like, I'm thinking of more MMA comparisons, but this is an all-in hand, absolutely.
There is the jam from Trocoili, 39.5 million in the middle.
That orange stack is dirty, just so you know.
Yeah.
So someone's going to have to wake up with basically 5s
Is that
plus.
more than 40?
Or like an
Yeah, right?
ace-8 offsuit or better.
It's right around 40.
And Matt Glantz
It's just about 40.
think it's
really
like 41.
is going to be the one who you need to worry about the most here waking up with something. Because Ryan Leng, it's going to be half his stack, but he will call correctly. And Blodgett just trying to get a count here, I think, before he
Yeah.
peels his hand. Wondering if he's covered.
39.5.
That matters,
They're the
right?
Same stack.
Okay, so he does get that confirmation.
Yeah, 30.
So Ryan Leng, the only one who can wake up with something. He looks like he has a decision.
He's got king, jack off, but into the muck it goes.
And Donnie, that's incredible because
picture sweat.
if this was anything else than a final table, Ryan Leng would call that. But Ryan Leng knows, look, I can't call this because it's half my stack, and if I lose this, it hurts all my playability.
Not but in normal times you can open and then just.
If that was
let it
King
see
Jack
what
suited,
happens.
I think that might
yesterday.
have been
Ended up having queens.
a little more of a thinker. I don't know what we would have done, but
Just
might have
squeeze
been
it
more
out.
of a thinker.
I squeezed it out after I
Yeah.
won the. I just
And
I
look
still
at that,
won,
Trocoili
I was
right back
sad.
up,
I wanted
almost
to
to
see
10
the
bigs.
worst at that point.
I do want to point out that both Wei and Blodgett have a 0% VPIP right now. They have not played a single hand.
Yeah, don't
Over
worry about that. I'll
21
take care of
hands
it.
so far, which isn't ridiculous, but
Did the blinds increase just now?
No.
I mean, they haven't really had any spots either,
Yeah,
so it's
yeah.
nothing against them. I'm just pointing it out that they are just, right now,
12
just
hands?
folding away.
Pyloore, let's go, king, queen off.
playing
We're the
slow.
chip leader.
No
Raise
one's
it
ever
up.
called the clock on me in my life. I'm like the fastest, but I don't know what people are thinking about half the time.
We are now playing 4 million, 8 million.
I play super fast as well.
Yeah, you do.
Matt Glantz talking about the pace of play,
Play
saying,
bullet
look,
chess
we
all
could
day.
probably speed this up a bit.
And here is a jam from Trocoili with
Wow.
ace-king suited.
Started your root full, finish that hand. After that hand, break time. Race off the color up with a 1K chip.
You dream of waking up with top 5 hands when chip leaders raise in front of you, and you have 9 bigs.
I guess there
And
are a couple
Trocoili's
right now.
dreams are
That's
answered
particular
here.
spot.
There's of course some
Need a
close spots,
conflict?
but yeah, I think people generally just take way too long.
If Pyloore
on
ultimately
these
does
decisions.
call here, Trocoili's going to love the spot that he's in.
Not much better you can do. You get an ace-king versus king-jack, and here, if you get called here, you get an ace-king versus king-queen. What else could you ask for?
Well, listen, if he calls and loses,
Oh, chip leader
ace-king
open
again,
18,
dominating his
jam
opponent,
like
he's allowed to smash the
54.
table. I will give him that right, okay?
How much? 54.5.
Pyloore confirming the count here.
Okay, just to speak on high-depth poker strategy, the pot odds dictate a call, but Pyloore, and I only say that because Pyloore made a big raise pre. I don't know if we're 4-8 million right now,
You said 54.5 total, right?
or if it's next hand. But either way, it might be this hand because why else would he make it 18 million?
I think it is this hand.
Okay.
I think I saw 8 million in there for the big blind ante.
Okay, cool. So what I'm saying here is pot odds dictate you kind of just have to call. But if he knows the final table ICM implications here and that Trocoili is only going to be all in with like 10s, jacks, queens, kings, aces, ace-king, ace-queen, and folding everything else, then maybe you could make some very tight fold to have these short stacks stay short. But yeah, there's just not computer simulations we have solved for this stuff right now.
Pyloore is in the tank here.
Slow though. FT is so slow. It's crazy.
Right, you have to call 32
I'm like on the- I'm
million
borderline
to
calling
win
clock,
almost
like, in my head.
120 million. And Pyloore, one of the players who has kind of taken the most time because he's played the most hands. He's a chip leader.
I don't know what's the reasonable amount of time. or a pre-flop.
You hear
Have
Wei
big blind
now
effect
commenting
apply.
to his rail as Pyloore
Good luck,
makes the
fellas.
call. Trocoili once again
Queen king.
has his chips
king.
in the middle with ace,
happen again?
king, and once again he's
Yeah,
dominating
king,
his
queen.
opponent.
Ace king suited. Ace king suited. King queen. King queen.
What a
No,
spot
man.
for Antonio.
I thought he might have a low pair as well. So
Surely we can't get unlucky twice, Donnie.
Well, let's find out. Queen 6
Queen on
4. Once again, Trocoili's ace king is out-flopped by his opponent that he dominated pre-flop.
This is poker's nightmare. You make your first big final table and you just keep getting unlucky. But he's got clubs working for him and an immediate ace.
10 of spades on the turn, so similar to that last one, he turns a gutter to Broadway as well. So an ace or a jack on the river is what Trocoili needs.
Ace, Gila, ace, Gila.
And it's a jack!
Oh my God, let's go!
Vai! Vamos!
And we see the famous Brazilian celebration, Vamos! And he goes over to his rail. Mackenzie Dern, UFC fighter.
Big old kiss there from his wife, Mackenzie Dern. Celebrations all around.
Okay, now Felipe said, great. Now get your shit together. Get your chips, stack your chips.
Yes, we're on the same boat.
And we see Ravi go to his rail. Wow, this is what poker's all about, Donnie.
2 minutes to call.
What an incredible run out.
No bust there.
A tremendous, dramatic river card there, favoring Antonio Trocoili.
that's the worst.
Huge double for him. He's up to almost 130 million now.
Tá brabão. Pera aí, pai, vai com o seu Shangri-La pra lá, pô. Shangri-La, Shakira lá, ó.
All of it. All of it.
Em nome de Jesus.
Little sign of the cross there for Trocoili as he thanks the poker gods for that generous river card.
Whoa.
And it looks like Mackenzie might be more nervous than he is out there.
That's always how it is. Our ladies that support us the deepest, they are, you know, our biggest supporters, man.
When the two
And you know,
put his hand aside.
she probably doesn't see her guy get too excited about stuff. You know, he's a fighter. They're both fighters. They're both used to, you know, having to get knocked down, hit up again. And here we see him screaming. So this is probably a great platform for them to get out some emotion as well. Although we tend to not talk about emotion. We say, hey, hide your emotions. Don't be emotional when you play poker. Try to be poker-faced. But, hey, when you make it this far and you have 0 WSOP earnings and your live cashes are $500, your live cashes are less than the buy-in, and you're playing for $500,000 plus, like, yeah, let's get emotional.
Don't expose it yet, but
So Ryan Leng folding the Queen 9-0 on the button. I'm sure that's fine. But, you know, if some people wanted to play aggressive, that could have also been a spot to jam.
A walk there for our chip leader.
Look at these two.
Ravi did take that hit, doubling up Trocoili, but he is still very much the leader here, over 240 million. Matt Glantz in second on 161 million. Antonio Trocoili, fresh off that double up, is now in third with 129 million. This is the final table of the $500 buy-in Colossus here at the 56th Annual World Series of Poker. My name is Donnie Peters. Tristan Wade alongside me.
Oh,
you love to see it. You love to see it, right?
Look, the negative thoughts that must have been running through his mind. Oh my God, I'm about to get screwed twice, and then the euphoria of hitting the river card there. Still reeling, obviously. As we see some of Matt Glantz's rail there, too. They don't get the lucky captions that Mackenzie Dern's going to get. But
DJ McKinnon there.
All in.
The woman, Rachel, Josh Arieh's wife now, but good friends with Matt Glantz. As Williams here, he chooses the Queen 10 off to go with. 45.5 million is the amount.
And if you're the other short stacks, this is what you hope for. You hope there's some short stacks that are just getting after it, trying to survive and shove in chips. And that's only a 5.5 big blind shove, Donnie. I mean, anyone who's watching this or just joining us, look at the blinds and look at the stacks.
If you would like an opportunity to win up to 50 times your buy-in for the NBA Finals, head on over to splashsports.com and make your picks now in their quick picks format. Tons and tons of contests available on splashsports.com. Head on over there today and get in on the action. The NBA Finals is running now, so you might as well take some shots, have some sweats as you watch.
And again, back to the action. If you look at the top where all the stacks are shown, there's a lot of under 10 big blind stacks here. Blinds are 4 million, 8 million. All these players are short. Half the table is under 10 big blinds.
And blinds are coming up.
And King Jack offsuit hits the muck there for Dencker. I think that could have been an all-in, but I think it's okay too. We're really trying to get these short stacks out. And Trocoili now pondering if he wants to play an aggressive strategy from the small blind with one of these bad suited hands.
I hope he doesn't get a walk. Look at that.
He does get a walk.
Like a doctor.
Walk.
And Wei,
Walkaroo.
They didn't do shit for you.
he hasn't played any hands yet, Donnie, but he does win a pot there for getting a walk, still with a 0 VPIP. Kaiwen Wei, who
I'm sorry.
has cash for almost 200,000 in his career. Been playing poker since 2013, and he finds himself this final table.
Brutal.
Unreal.
Brutal. I've been there, bro.
Matt Glantz, like, all right, Ryan Leng, here we go. These are hands that are ready to go. 9 bigs, 9.5 bigs, under 10 bigs.
They're probably going to see similar to what we saw from Matt Glantz earlier, just a jam here with the ace-queen off.
Say that again?
You might need a lucky piece by over the main event.
Yeah.
I'm your man.
You buy action?
For me? Very rarely, but for you, whatever you want to sell to me. You need that luck.
Thanks, man.
One time I bought a third of a kid.
Matt Glantz doing some business on the side here.
Don't know yet. He came second.
Who was that?
Josh Beckley came second to McKeon. Saw him in the hall.
Little subtle brag there. I bought a third of a kid, and he just came second in the main for $7 million.
No big deal.
We're going to play the main. He said, I can't afford it or something like that. I was like,
you can buy a piece of me, Matt.
Whatever you want. We'll figure it out. You play.
Trocoili surely not calling here with King 6.
You need some.
Trocoili is out of the way there.
On the heater right now, but
Wei's not going to play the 4 deuce suited. Jack 9 off for Williams in the big blind. Also a fold, so Leng gets that one through.
Close.
And I mean, just the nature of tournaments is being put on display here, as we see 2 players have not had any opportunity to win any chips, and they both are under or around 5 or 6 blinds. That being Wei and Blodgett.
When we go on break, are we allowed? We have to still go in the other room to use our phones? But anywhere. Thank you.
Ace Queen again for Leng.
Yeah, I might just go with this one again.
Yes, considering that he covers almost all but 2 players behind, is also a very important detail here.
Raise.
But it looks like he's just coming for a raise.
18.5.
18.5 is the raise.
Now, the one idea of raising instead of jamming is if you want someone to try to bluff you or do something goofy.
Still a couple minutes left on your break. If you were late ranging for this event, you should be getting your seat to your phone here in just a second.
Ah, porra, que porra é essa, rapaz?
I don't speak Portuguese, but I'm pretty sure he said, oh, crap, I think I just spilled a drink.
Show me a 3.
You sweat it together?
Oh, no, we're going to do that. Not that shit.
You can't, you're not even.
Blodgett here, the other player who has yet to
like a penalty
actively put chips in the pot himself.
Wow.
Got the 3.
So brutal.
Can't
The
play
Matt
the
Glantz
10-3 off there, so just another fold from him.
Hey, look, sometimes that's what you got to do. If the deck's not giving you anything to play, yeah, it sucks to have to fold down to 3 big blinds, as we see Blodgett do, but that's the nature of the beast. Sometimes you got to be disciplined. You got to execute that strategy, and then you got to wait for your
Do I
rush.
have any fold equity, or?
Obviously.
He has to be like within arm's reach, right? Like.
He made it. Second, by the second card, get in there.
All right.
And
Be a
Ryan
little bit
Leng
careful, like,
quietly
always,
up
like,
to 15 bigs. After sucking out. Can't forget. So this is now the time where you have to be just very tight, given that Blodgett's so short, Williams so
107 now.
short, Wei's so short, Dencker so short. This is really where you don't want to screw around.
So I size up because the big blind has dust behind.
Blodgett can't even get a
but I want
hand
to be able
here.
to, I want room to fold against either the big stack shoves. And then I just call off first. Anyone else? The shortest is to the right of Glantz.
Huh?
And then
Yeah.
2 to his right are kind
I'm
of.
gonna make. How do you have?
That's gross.
Blodgett here finding absolutely nothing
What a read.
to go with.
What a read. I knew I was behind.
But he will have a bunch of free hands
gross.
now to try and
How'd you
find
guys
something
vote?
and get his money in.
Yeah, he basically has to find a spot, this orbit, to
2.5,
put his
5,
chips in,
2.5,
or
Can't do anything.
he's going to blind out and maybe just have to call all in the big blind. I mean, there are some ideas of trying to do some different things here, but yeah, he's got to find something in this orbit.
At this table, I don't think most of them want to call.
Yeah.
And even if you're the chip leader or these other players, you know, you can just fold and make money. So I would expect this ace-5 offsuit to hit the muck. And that's a good fold, by the way. So the button shorter stack is going to have a chance to pick up something on the button.
I don't think I've.
And look at him. You can tell Blodgett's like, please, can I just have a hand already?
Please just fold to me and let me have some kind of hand for fold equity. And Williams is maybe testing his endurance here because he knows he's also short. And queen 3 suited on the button might be worth it. Now you have no fold equity, but
All in.
Finally.
All in.
There
Oh, he
is
found
the
something.
jam. King 6-0 for Glantz.
All in.
You too?
No, I don't even catch. I'm just telling you.
Glantz with king 6 off.
I
I
wish.
mean, he's getting a really good price here. Does he want to bust his fellow teammate here?
I mean, he might call if it's the big blind, but you also have to factor in you still have Ryan behind you.
Yeah, but these are spots where, you know, if you call, the big blind's incentivized to call and
I have all 3 options here, boys.
yeah,
all
bust
3.
somebody. But that's a very tight
drawing
fold.
Oh, no.
Glantz out of the way. Leng makes a quick
Nice
call
double.
with
Oh, yeah, yeah.
8-7. He's going to have 43% equity to bust
7-8 versus queen 3.
Blodgett here.
7-8 versus queen 3.
And Glantz kind of sees like, damn, I would have the best hand, and Lang's probably calling, and we maybe would just check it down. But yeah, whatever. Give Blodgett a little credit here for waiting and being patient and finding a good spot. Gets his money in with the best hand.
It's more like a big blind. It's one big blind.
Ooh.
Queen 5.
6 of spades.
Relatively.
A beautiful
With
flop
not
for
even-
Blodgett
yeah.
here.
6 of spades.
Drills trips.
6 of spades.
Look, just blind down to 2.5 bigs and then wait for your rush. Easy.
Out.
9 of spades on the turn.
Uh-oh.
Hold on 1 second. 11 outs for Ryan Leng.
It's never easy. Never easy in this game.
The 7 of
19-5.
diamonds on the end. That is clean for Blodgett, and he scores a much-needed double up here.
3 was good.
Blodgett will still be, or no, sorry, he moves ahead of Williams now. Williams now the short stack.
He learned yesterday.
Yeah, good job for Jason Blodgett there.
The first hand, he's willingly put chips into the pot, and it results in a double up for him.
Loves heavy metal. Attends over 20 shows a year. He's got over 200,000
Actually, the first hand I beat
tournament
both
winnings.
times.
So he's definitely trying to make his presence known at this final table and come with a new career high. Out of Manchester, New Hampshire.
Head to your new seats. Table numbers on the felt.
Pyloore here finds Queen 8 suited. He's under the gun. Still the chip leader.
Yeah, could have ideas of raising these type of hands as well.
Into the muck it goes instead. A couple of 4s for Trocoili.
Immediately looking at his rail, he seems uncomfortable, doesn't know what to do, but with all these short stacks, these are the hands you just want to let go of. And I think with this shenanigans, anything but fold would be kind of crazy.
Those empty racks.
That's a good fold. You know, it's.
We'll be along to collect them.
It may seem easy to many of us watching, of course, yes, but you know, a lot of players do mess up that spot. They'll just, maybe they'll get a little bit too wild and jam it, you know, maybe they'll just try and raise it, and you know, you're probably not going to be able to play 4s profitably over the long haul in that spot, so just into the bucket goes. That's plenty fine.
Yeah, from someone who doesn't have a whole lot of experience, that's a great fold.
Yeah, I folded.
And look, Ryan Leng with 2 10s in the small blind. This is a spot where you would trap a lot, but at a final table with all these short stacks, I don't think there's any trapping being had here. He just jams.
Give me a bad hand.
Dencker with Jack 4.
Where's that?
Can't imagine this one is good enough.
Heaps. 6 bigs, yeah. Yeah, I have like, yeah. Yeah. 6 bigs. I have like 51.
It's such a good hand, I thought about limping.
That is a pretty good hand. That's why I don't.
Dencker began the day second in chips.
That's why you don't.
She has since blinded all the way down. She hasn't had any spots. There's been a bunch of raises, all-ins,
Yeah, I was
whatever in
already-
front of her. So
had the
she
hot
hasn't.
hand,
She hasn't
by the
really
way.
been able to do anything. She hasn't had any hands. You know, she's
Scoping
just really
inside,
been handcuffed over
thinking,
there.
what do I, you know, you're going to shove, and I'm not going to fold.
I wouldn't expect you to fold that hand.
Yeah.
You're under the gun.
Sorry.
Blind calls okay?
I didn't open the button.
You're interested?
Suited hand.
Thank you, God.
You folded a suited hand? How about it?
3 speeds.
Wow, that's impressive.
And it just won the last hand.
Nope.
Discipline.
This,
Major discipline.
we know how much you love
Consideration here with
Pagalero,
Queen Jack,
Pagalero.
although folding is obviously fine here. You'd really have like a suited ace or something in your range. Suited broadways, but venturing so short on chips, I don't know, Donnie. I don't know how people want to play these spots.
And also, listen, everyone's human. And when you've basically been dealt out for the
Yeah.
whole final table, you see Queen Jack, you're like, okay, this is like looks pretty good.
Yeah,
Oh my God, ICM
Good-
calcs going on down there.
Good
Sick.
discipline. Good discipline. As Matt Glantz is throwing a little jabs across the table.
Look, if someone gets all in behind Wei here, he's going to love that he folded. But if this
I will
just
never
fold
be doing any
around,
of that because I don't know what the fuck it is.
Williams speaking on his ICM strategies.
Well, it's easy to clown on ICM when you're Matt Glantz and you're just pulling $1 million bounties. You know, right?
He's putting less chips than you.
ICM is for poor people because not all of us can pull
Oh,
a
did
piece
he?
of paper that says
He
7
zeroed
figures
the
on
stuff,
it, you know?
Yeah. Or back someone
Did he call?
who gets third in the main or second in the main,
Yep.
sorry, and have a third of them.
Sure, I wish we rolled back or like went to 60 minutes.
Leng comes in with a raise here, 2.5x on the button.
Yeah.
Great.
And this 2.5x is designed to do stuff against this hand specifically, like 6-5. You don't want this hand to defend.
Whole thing will be over.
Yeah, you're fine to play in position, but you kind of would just rather just take it down right now and not have to worry about anything post-flop, especially against the guy who can bust you at the table. So
Yeah.
2.5 is the open.
Yeah, meant to deny equity from the big blind, but this holding here from Ravi should see a flop typically. Although Ravi doesn't have to risk chips because of all the short
85.5.
stacks. But I'm not actually
Yeah, we're going to
sure
10 mil big. That's
on
gonna
what
be-
we would want to do here
Even
with
if-
5-6 suited. I think
even
there
if
is
it
some
went
good
300 right now,
implications.
this
If
level
we
would
do
be
see a
80
flop,
times total
Ryan
flop.
might have to play kind of
So
face up,
It's not going to be that many when it comes.
and
Now,
maybe he can't bluff as much as he usually would in certain spots.
I might be asking a very dumb question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Any merit to him just jamming?
Not with this hand. Not with 5-6 suited. I think you need a high card in your hand or like a pair. If he had like 2 5s, yeah, absolutely.
59 total.
But
Well, 3-bet coming.
this is a surprise.
And
And
Leng
the
quickly
best
out of
hand
the
in
way.
the muck, just like that. And that is an unreal find from the chip leader there.
Wild stuff here at this Colossus final table. Today's PokerGo live stream is brought to you by True Classic, the only shirts we trust to look sharp and feel even better. Tristan, I'm wearing a True Classic tee right
I
now.
feel that.
Okay?
Okay, that is nice.
Whether you're grinding on the felt or heading out for the night or in the commentary booth like I am, True Classic's fit is next level. Affordable, comfortable, and built for real guys. Go to trueclassictees.com and upgrade your wardrobe today. Ryan, the co-founder of True Classic, an avid poker player, loves the game, loves working with poker and trying to give back to the community. So shout out to Ryan of True Classic. A couple of 7s here for Wei.
I think this is going to be good enough to go. But again, people play how they want to play. This is borderline. But I think given you're under the gun, given you're about to get hit by for 20 million of your 57 million, I think you got to go.
$35 million.
Raise to
35 million announced, so a committing raise from Wei. Probably pains Matt Glantz to put the 9-8 suited in the muck. Couple of 4s here for Dencker.
Wasn't sure if he was going to let me get away with stealing a button there, especially with her being that short. Like,
Now listen,
King 10 off.
Dencker has had absolutely nothing to play with.
So the idea for Dencker here is someone else is at risk. I need a
he
very
went
good
35,
hand
he's
to
got some.
enter this pot. So she just needs to stay disciplined and,
He's
you know,
short.
try to
Short.
move up a
I
pay
have
jump or two
85.
and wait for her spots.
You're gonna
And
get bored,
this
yeah,
unfortunately
it's
is
not
not
fun to watch,
it.
'cause they don't shut
Oh, but she does
Oh,
go
she's
all
gonna
in.
go
This is
all
not the
in
time
here.
to do that. Your opponent's going to have really good hands here, and at best you're going to be flipping. But unfortunately here you're dominated.
Wei flicks in the call, and he's going to love what he sees.
7s versus 4s. 7s versus 4s.
His 7s
I got
dominating
Is it on the
Denker's pocket
TV?
4s.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Dencker is
So
the
everybody
player
knows.
at risk
Like
here,
7
all in
times
for
7.
44 million. Maybe that's an omen.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Pocket 4s, all in and at risk with
I folded a
44
Good luck.
million.
Thank you.
Good luck.
And Sigrid Dencker
You have more chips?
Sigrid
You have
Dencker
more.
here from Germany, living in Austria, studies medicine at the University of Cologne. Unfortunately, misses the flop.
10-6-5.
This is going to be her first WSOP cash, mind you, and it's going to be a good one no matter what happens.
3 on the turn.
Uh-oh. That helps. Look, a deuce now gives her a straight. A 7 gives her a straight. She can't win with a 4 anymore, but we've picked up more outs.
River card, the ace of spades, and we are going to lose Sigrid Dencker
You played really well.
in 8th place, just shy of $74,000 for her. That payout amount on the screen is incorrect. That's actually the next spot. That's what everyone's guaranteed right now.
Thank you.
Good job.
Well, congratulations to
Good luck
her.
to you.
To get through 16,300 people to come in 8th place is phenomenal. Congratulations, Sigrid.
Okay.
So I know his game.
And that
So
that jump starts her poker career right there.
So I thought
Yeah, an enormous result coming from a $500 buy-in. You fought for many days here through a field of more than 16,000 entries, so you can only hang your head high when you go out at this stage in such a big tournament.
Around 6 bigs-ish.
But with her elimination, down to 7 now.
That's 47.
And Donnie, I think you nailed it. You know, you got 3 players here
I
at
was
this
just
final
curious.
table that just haven't been dealt anything yet, and they've seen their stack dwindle,
started the day with
dwindle,
90, she
dwindle.
got wow.
And I think that was
Under
exactly
fast, under
exactly the
That started with
consequence of what
103,
you
I
Tried
mentioned.
a couple times, and then that was the only end.
She played like,
You played really good yesterday.
Yes, sir.
I don't know what happened there.
whatever.
8 million in the big.
Sorry, my bad.
So it sounds like Glantz is
Oh,
commenting
missed my
on
I thought she was going to
possible
end up,
error there for Dencker, but listen,
being one of the final
we're
two.
all human, and
She
no
played
one
great
plays
yesterday.
perfect
That's
poker.
what I'm saying. Yeah, I thought today she was going to end up one of the final two for sure.
Yeah, look, when you find yourself playing poker, one, there's a lot of fucking luck. Excuse my F-bombs. I can't help myself. But there's a lot of luck. There's a lot of luck in any given moment. And you got to do your best, and you got to stay disciplined. And nobody's been in this spot, right? So you never know what someone's going to do. As we see Mr. Williams here with the Cowboys.
Okay.
A very welcome sight to find 2 kings here under the gun with sub 6 big blinds, and he's just going to move it all in.
All in. I'm all in.
Yes, none.
I heard all in, and I was confused for a second. I thought somebody else jammed. No action there, so Williams gets that jam through.
Like after the big blind, like 100, 110-ish. 105-ish.
Taking a look here at the $50,000 high roller. Field size is up to 171 entries, more than 8 million in the prize pool. It is day 2 of this tournament, and we all know that gentleman right
who is
there.
that? Phil Ivey.
Phil Ivey. 11 gold bracelets. It looked like Yuri Zavaleski, another Brazilian, is all in.
He is all in.
Right next to him, Yuri, arguably the best dressed man in poker. And he's going to exit. Alexander Reard on the left in the headphones. He was the start of day chip leader. You got Charlie Hook in the white hat there as well.
Thank you.
Here
Sorry.
you see the rest of that field. $50,000 buy-in high roller in the foreground here. I see Lucky Chewy, Brandon Wilson. Victor Blom is out there. A stacked field, as you would expect in a $50,000 buy-in tournament.
Yeah, you need to be very rich or no slouch to play those events. So you see the chip leader here pondering.
Ask DJ what the kid had when he folded to me.
And we are entering possibly uncharted territory. No, we aren't. it would be better served for some of these players to play faster because then you get more hands. And since the blinds are already massive and the stacks are already shallow, that would help everybody to play more hands. So that's something I would be considering if I was at the
Queen
table.
here for Wei in the small blind.
Nothing really to do here except move all your chips in the middle.
He's up against Williams, who started this hand with around 8 big blinds. Of course, he had to put one in for the big blind ante. There is the jam. 10 deuce suited. Not making the cut for Williams, so that one gets through for Wei.
Yeah, you just can't really do anything else there in this small blind because you don't want to limp hands like that and then let 10 deuce just check and see a flop. So,
Oh, we're doing a break after this level now.
Yes.
After this.
Okay.
It's been 2 hours. Well, it's been 2 hours.
We're checking in. We see Brock
I thought
Wilson there. I
they must
see
have changed the
Lucky
clock, though.
Chewy,
On the clock it said it was.
Yes.
Ryan
it's like
Rast,
80.
Christoph
Oh, did it?
Vogelsang,
Yeah,
Chino
it was like
Ream.
2 hours and 20 minutes or something. I think they changed.
yeah, Brock Wilson,
have it?
fellow
We have it.
PokerCoaching.com
Is it 15?
coach,
20 minutes.
alongside
guess
me
it'd
and
be
many
15.
others.
Yeah.
I see Shannon Shore out there. I see Sean Winter. I see
might be
Mustafa Kanitz. I think I see John Hennigan in that field as well. As a reminder, the plan is right now to stream day 2 coverage of that 50K high roller later this evening. Of course, we are keeping tabs on the other stuff that is happening around the World Series of Poker. That does include the Deuce to 7 No Limit Single Draw Championship. So we'll check in when we can on the various events. And as always, stay tuned to PokerGo on the various social media accounts for any updates or changes in the schedule.
Love to see Queen 10 off from the chip leader raise here.
Oh, nunca gosto.
Jack 9 of Diamonds got Trocoili talking to himself here.
And here we go, Donnie. Folds around to one of the shortest stacks in the big blind and King Queen off. I mean, we should at least see a flop here, but I think an all-in is warranted typically from the chip leader and given how short we are.
All in from Blodgett.
And look, when you raise and you're in the chip leader spot and you know you're raising into these stacks in the blinds, you just have to call. You cannot fold. You should have prepared yourself to call these all-ins. And that's why you don't raise 6 deuce off, as we saw him fold last hand. You raise hands that are going to have enough equity against whatever your opponents might be all in for. Look, pot odds. I'm going to talk about it. Pot odds, pot odds, pot odds. I mean, they don't matter as much because it's all real money, but it's pot odds. We got to call here. 20 million to win 95 million.
19, 20, 20.
It's a little bit more. 24 million to win 98 million, but you get the drift. Even though he's dominated here, he's getting the right pot odds.
I have King Queen. He has Queen 10.
Dominating spot for Blodgett with the King Queen up against the Queen 10. But we've seen dominating hands suck out before at this final table.
I don't know.
Hey, I think they better.
I'd have ripped it in.
Let's see.
There, you sit down.
Attaboy.
What am I doing standing up?
Attaboy.
What am I
Good
doing?
luck.
It was only 2.5 bigs more, so.
Like a box.
God.
Like a professional doctor. Sit here. It's all good.
8-6-5. Spades favor Blodgett. He's got the King of Spades to dominate the 10 of Spades for Pyloore, so no worry there. 4 of Diamonds on the turn. Possible chop opportunities here. Blodgett just needs to fade a 10.
I'll take a 10. I'll take a 10.
Ace on the river. The King Queen holds. It's another double up here at the final table. This time, Blodgett scores it up to just about 100 million now.
This all-in was for 43.
Venture to believe
I
you.
have 18.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, it's been brutal.
I'm just thinking of like heavy metal music, like dun dun
Making
you know, and he's just like,
assumption because
yeah, let's go, baby. Double up
Queen
again.
3, Queen King. That's it. And I know you had to probably fold like suited ace 9 a couple times just cause.
So Jason Blodgett doubling up again. And look at these stacks. You know, they're also short still, but we see a little maneuverability. The chip leader down from 300 to almost 200. But obviously, lots of short stacks.
Are the mics active
still.
during break, or do they shut them?
Yeah, they're going to leave them on.
Okay, after. Turn them off after the hand's over. Okay.
Yeah, we're going to hear everything you do on break now. We're not, and nor do we want to. So players will be going on a break, but power of technology here. We'll have a quick commercial, and then we'll be coming back. We're going to cut that break out. So you guys don't need to go anywhere. We see Williams here jamming with 2 6s.
Big hand on the button here, Donnie.
Well, no one's got anything. Glantz is out of the way with 9-3 off, and the players are going to run off from break. Tristan and I will be back here in about 30 seconds, so don't go too far.
I'm not afraid to do what I have to do.
You know what my problem is? I just don't believe you.
Let's see what this footballer is made out of.
I'm an aggressive player.
Stop showing off, mate. Are you kidding me?
Anything can happen in a big game on tour.
Welcome back to event number 19 here at the 56th Annual World Series of Poker, the updated leaderboard presented by PokerStars. Ramaswamy Pyloore still the chip leader, $215 million. He began today's final table with the chip lead. He has never dropped out of the top spot, but there has been plenty of shifting behind him. Currently it is Matt Glantz in second place. Kaiwen Wei, the only other player of over $100 million. Players are guaranteed $94,000 in prize money, but of course everyone wants that $542,000 first place prize, that WSOP gold bracelet, and of course they want their place in poker history.
Yes, we are now.
My name is Donnie Peters. I got Tristan Wade alongside of me. Appreciate everyone who is tuning in. Let us know in the chat on PokerGO where you're watching from.
Do you want me to move there?
It's always good to get a little roll call from everyone, so drop those locations.
Put the cards over there.
The cards in there, yeah.
Oh, this is not working here? You can't see there? That's fine.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Okay, so we're going to have some rearrangement of the seating order here to make it easier on the production team. And Donnie,
All right, guys.
we are down to 7. And the chips are going to be flying with the 10 million big blind. Oh my God, bro. Ace King.
Oh, nice fan here.
Back-to-back big hands for Courtenay Williams.
First one's really good.
So Ryan Leng looked at the ace first.
See Ryan Leng with the outfit change here. And this is a very uncomfortable spot here.
66.
You know, you think your opponent's just going to be shoving anything, but they're probably weighted towards stronger hands here.
Yes.
So ace-3 off is going to be very difficult.
9.
So like if Williams is a player to just shove any cards, then yeah, you would just be in here with ace-3, even though it's, you know, your tournament life. But he just shoved the button.
Big folds.
I didn't want to have to raise. I didn't want to have to raise and fold.
It's a really good fold.
Big fold announced. Williams does show him.
Got away with one, huh?
Moderator Russell from the Seattle area. We got checks from Minnesota. Father Time is from Portland, Oregon. Double top from England. Poker Chat Pro from Boston.
fight in
Cooper
now, right?
Bean, Lexington, Kentucky. Paul's out of Denver, Colorado.
5 and 10 million.
We're worldwide, baby, worldwide. I'm getting some texts from my people from Florida and also that are living in D.C. area, I think now. Maryland, D.C. area.
AZB Brownie from Arizona. Keep those locations rolling on in. Boo 33. It's from San Antonio, but said he's flying out tomorrow night. Let's go, Boo.
Let's go, get out here.
Yeah, let's go. There's money to be won, okay? Let's go.
We got Wei here with a top 5 hand and ace-king offsuit. How will he proceed? Either a min-raise or an all-in.
Fred all in from Chico, California. Chip Stacks out of Sydney, Australia. G'day, mate.
Good accent there. Good job.
I mean, I do what I can.
Donnie's worldwide
I've been
as
to
well.
Australia like 9,000 times. One of my absolute favorite places to go.
Okay, I didn't present this
raise
option.
here.
Yeah, I didn't present the option of committing half our chips, but you know, I feel like the idea when you're short and there's other stacks around you, you can min raise and try to induce, or you can just move all in yourself. So we kind of see an all in here himself. Into the chip leader's big blind, so maybe they didn't want to min raise.
Yeah. Got some blinds.
That gets through.
It's not bad.
And Wei, living proof of patience, pain in poker, because he started the final table and he didn't play any hands for like 25 hands in. The only hand that he won during that early stretch was he got a walk in the big blind, but he had a 0% VPIP. But these last, let's say, 6 to 12 hands, he's had a bit of a rush. He had the 7s versus Dencker's 4s to take her out. He's won some other pots since then, so the rush will come eventually.
Well, let's talk about this, Donnie. There's 40 hands almost into this final table. How many post-flop hands have we actually played? I remember the first hand of ace-4 hearts raising against ace-6 off. That was post-flop, but have we seen any other post-flop play here? No. So what does that mean? It means it's a pre-flop game because everyone's so short. So this kind of poker is a little more difficult to talk about because we don't get more information from flop turns and rivers to really analyze. But
69?
this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with just short stacks, and this setup, the big stack, should just be pouncing on the short stacks. So I would love to see an all-in here by the chip leader. But I'm just speaking on the dynamics of the tournament. When the stacks get so shallow, it just becomes a pre-flop game. Now, maybe when these get to 3 and 4-handed, we'll see post-flop played again, but Pyloore still just coming with raises, and fortunately for him, Trocoili hasn't had any hands that want to see the flop, specifically this one, 3-4 offsuit. But, you know, there's ego involved, right? This guy's a fighter. At some point, are you like, is this guy picking on me? I'm not going to let someone pick on me. Now, unfortunately, your 6'5" frame and your 8-foot-long arms aren't going to help you in poker because you can't fight in poker. It's all about the cards, and the chip leaders just had the better cards and the better positional advantage. But don't get me wrong, that ego plays into it. I don't like being run over at the poker table. I don't like people raising my blind.
Almost every hand last year.
Every ace you had?
She showed a lot of aces.
Yeah.
Not only today. I showed almost every hand yesterday. A4.
Were the people that you were showing yesterday at the table right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are they ghosts?
I was going to say, if they're not, it's irrelevant. Just show.
Still got a lot of people in the chat on PokerGo asking about the deuce to 7 No Limit Single Draw Championship.
They don't even know how to play that game. They want to watch it. They don't even know how to play. What are they talking about? You guys don't know how to play Deuce to 7. Get out of here.
Right now, the plan remains day 2 of the 50K High Roller. That said, everything is subject to change here at the World Series of Poker. Everything outside of the WSOP main event is for sure subject to change. So we are keeping an eye on it. The team is closely watching that one play down. So should there be any changes, we will let you guys know. So stay tuned to things as we see Leng here jams ace-7 off, and Trocoili finds a couple of 6s. Talk to me about this spot.
I have no idea, Donnie. I mean, these guys both have 6 big blinds. Leng's obviously going to be all in with a lot of hands on the cutoff here. I don't know if 6 is good enough. I mean, we see it now. It's a coin flip. Could Leng be all in with 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s? Could Leng be all in with ace-5 suited, ace-4 suited, ace-3 suited? So maybe you go with 6s, but I think it's fine, too, to fold. And look at this. What an unbelievable fold, because Wei is picking up top 5 hand.
And Wei makes the call with 2 10s. Trocoili correctly got out of the way there with the 6s.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Dodges a bullet.
Yeah, I think that was a great fold because, I mean, I don't know, man. I honestly have no idea. I haven't seen a lot of 5 big blind ICM spots where everyone has 6 big blinds. Like, this is crazy.
Leng, the player, at risk here. 6 big blinds and all in. About 40% of the stack of Wei. King, Jack, 5. So the 10s are holding so far. Leng looking for an ace. 2 cards to come. 3 of hearts on the turn, so Leng is down to the river card here. He needs to find one of those 3 remaining aces. 4 of diamonds is not going to do it for Ryan Leng, and we lose him in 7th place.
Good luck. Win it.
Great run
hug
there.
from his fellow pro, Matt Glantz. $94,760 is the payout for Leng. 7th place out of a field of 16,301 is an incredible accomplishment.
Good luck. Have fun.
Have fun, man.
A true pro here, takes it on the chin. Obviously, he didn't want to finish 7th, but kudos to Ryan Leng there. That's a great run. Unbelievable accomplishment going
Very
that
nice
deep.
guy.
200 big blind.
Yeah.
I mean,
Very,
200,
very nice.
200 buy and win.
known him for a long
Excuse
time,
me.
But
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah,
500
very
to
nice.
100K.
Both of you guys, both you guys have been very nice.
from the limited time that I played with him, he seems like a very bright, very good guy.
Good dude.
And
nice
anybody
when
else
people
want to
aren't
say
fucking
how
douches.
great he is?
Right.
Please.
Few and far between.
Well, I heard the guy's a real a-hole. No, just kidding. Ryan Leng is a very, very good guy.
Well, it makes it funner for people like myself.
The final 6 players are guaranteed $122,000 now. We are into 6-figure territory. The next pay jump, $159,000. So right around $36,000, $37,000 is this pay jump amount.
Big pay jumps now. We're getting there. And listen to some of the chat at the table, right? From non-pros. Hey, that guy, you know, the idea of a poker pro is like, we're mean, we're not going to talk to you at the table, we're just going to be in a hoodie and sunglasses, and we're trying to squeak out every edge. But there was some, you know, good words to be said about Ryan. And I think that just goes to the overall feeling of like poker pros maybe is.
I call.
And look at this.
A jam from Wei out of the small blind, and Williams quickly calls off with King 7, and he's dominating Wei's King 6. Now, of course, these 2 hands very close. There is some likelihood of a chop, but right now, Williams is looking good with that King 7.
Great call.
50% equity.
Look, great call. You have 8 big blinds. You have King 7. The small blind's going to jam whatever, so this is a great call here.
Yeah.
That's a big fold.
Chop it up. Chop it up.
Misclicked.
Chop it up.
Oh, yeah.
He was trying to do 30.
Right.
Misclicked to 10, 20.
You're ace queen?
Queen, Jack,
Ace
5.
queen. You have king 10?
King 10, yeah.
So you're really hoping for a card under 5 if
King
you're
7 was it?
Williams right here. A 2, 3, 4.
Who's the King 7? King 6.
8 on the turn.
Increases the chop odds, but this is a pretty good board for King 7 favoring King 6 right now.
3 on the end, and the King 7 holds for the double.
Kicker plays.
Ô, papai.
That 7
Que
kicker
40
playing
mil
here.
difícil. E 40 mil difícil.
And just as we
Ave
saw
Maria.
Wei shoot all the way up
Pensando
and
que você ia vir
was
com essa
right
espada
there with
samurai.
chip leader Pyloore, he's clipped a little bit here, back to
Absolutely
130 million as Williams soars up over 172
Absolutely
million, and he is now second on the leaderboard with 6 players remaining.
Thank you.
Cadê o brasileiro?
Big
velho?
hit to Wei there. He'll be one of the shorter stacks now, along with Trocoili.
I know what you think of me. Easy call.
Can't fault him though, jamming the king 6.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
just-
I think that's an unavoidable confrontation there, I feel like. Yeah, absolutely.
And listen, I got to give a kudos there to Williams for quickly making the call. Some players might see a king 7 off and think, I don't know, tournament life's on the line, $36,000 pay jump. Maybe I'll just put this in the muck. But he beat Wei into the pot, correctly
Yeah.
so, and held.
No fear now.
A couple of 8s here for Matt Glantz.
Matt Glantz, now a Floridian, living in my home area of Palm Beach County.
Ó, ali, eu pensei em chovar que eu tinha rei duque. Aí eu falei, não vou não.
Quantas fichas nós temos agora?
Eu tenho agora 70.
Big chance to top it up too.
And just winning these blinds and antes is going to be awesome for Glantz.
I got 8s.
Porra. Quase.
No, as soon as you said that, that's a 3 for sure.
Deixa eu ir lá. Não tem. É
Here
o
we
que
see
é.
the tournament summary presented by Oats Overnight. High protein on the
próxima
go
sorteio.
breakfast option, the official breakfast of PokerGo. 16,301
coming
entries.
close
That's
to
good
me,
for the
bud.
11th largest live poker tournament of all time.
We'll
Prize
squeeze
pool
together.
well over $6 million. $542,000 up top. From a $500 buy-in, everyone. $500.
I know some Robbies.
Crazy.
Into $542K.
Now you only have to play about 50 hours of poker, make it through 4 days of poker.
Dodge 9,000 minefields along the way.
Win 300 all-ins.
Thank you.
But here you are. And now these 7-8 offsuit hands actually perform pretty well in an all-in scenario blind on blind because of they don't interact with a lot of the cards your opponent's going to call with. But we see a fold. And would have been dominated.
Ace 7.
Little fist pump there from Blodgett. Dodges one.
Just 7?
I did.
And again, Blodgett doing a great job of just navigating and just avoiding playing hands. Like, if you can avoid playing hands and just try to survive, there's something to be said about that, especially at a final table.
All in from Trocoili. Queen 7 suited. He said, listen, I'm not waiting around any longer. The big blind's about to hit me on the next hand, so I'm going with this one.
65 maybe?
6.4 big blinds into the middle for the Brazilian MMA fighter.
And look, if Williams somehow makes his call with Queen 8 offsuit, knowing he's got his opponent pipped here, I say we need to check the cameras.
64? Yeah, I mean, there's no way you can call, right? I mean, I would say maybe if you're going to think about it, you do so from the big blind, but not with all these people back behind you.
Yeah, exactly.
Into the muck it goes.
Lots of queens hitting the muck.
Aces!
The chip leader with aces.
I'm sorry. No, I could see again.
Oh, you saw that?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
I mean, I'm not trying
Yeah,
to.
we see a snap call.
So I'm just not used to this high rail.
Yeah,
It's
no,
so
I just
bad.
want to let you know something.
Aces for Pyloore, and Trocoili cannot believe it. He runs right into the rockets of the chip leader.
Queen 6 of hearts.
With an ace it fold.
That's all I saw was red.
With 2 queens folded, but I didn't see a lot of clubs folded.
Good luck, brother.
This is not the hand you want to be up against.
In a club?
So lucky he opens.
Yep.
Yeah, like Matt Glantz said, it would have been all in for the button if Trocoili would have folded with an ace. It would have been ace-5 versus aces, but instead we see queen-7 suited versus aces.
10-8-4 with 2 clubs. Look at Mackenzie Dern. She's getting excited already. Trocoili looking for a club. He's got 2 pulls at it.
Clubby.
From a 13%.
9 of diamonds on the turn. Now 15 outs for the Brazilian.
After that.
All right, I'll take a deuce of hearts.
We will see a big celebration here in Portuguese if it hits.
Queen on the river is not going to do it. And we lose Antonio Trocoili in 6th place.
It is.
Great run. Great run from a player who has 1 cash in the BSOP. No WSOP earnings. Goes from 0 to 100,000, Donnie, in 1 tournament. Congratulations, Antonio.
$122,330 to be exact for MMA fighter Antonio Trocoili. Unfortunately, knocked out there. He does lose this one, but as Tristan mentioned, an extraordinary run, getting down to the final 6 with 16,301 entries in this field.
That's almost 2.5 of what the UFC offers for fight bonuses. UFC, get your fight bonuses up. Come on, you're a billion-dollar company. You can't give these players more than 50K for a knockout bonus?
Oh, you're allowed to move?
Anyway, great job, Antonio.
We can spread out. Can he
and
spread
we'll
out
see
too?
if we see Antonio Trocoili more throughout the World Series of Poker. Still pretty early here, only about a week and a half, 2 weeks in to the 7-week series. So there's still plenty of stuff to come. And keep your eyes on that man, Antonio Trocoili, to see if he makes another deep run.
5 guys, you know.
5 players now remaining.
I'm alone over here.
Guaranteed just shy of $159,000.
Rotate everyone so you get in the middle seat. Like they did it for me before. So if you're there, they rotate. Everyone's the same order.
Got it. Understood.
But the floor will do that for you.
Small blind? Small blind is 10, right? Oh, 5.
Only 5. Only 5 million. Cheap.
Just like that, Donnie. Look how fast this is going. We're down to 5, just like that.
All in. Blodgett here finds ace deuce, and he is all in. And now Pyloore finds 10s.
You want to know how you get to the final table of a 16,000 field tournament with the chip lead? You keep picking up monster hands like this.
121.
70.
69.
70.
70?
69.
Pyloore is for sure not folding this hand to the jam, of course. Now it's just a matter of how he wants to play it. He is in the small blind here. Wei is still to act in the big blind. Pyloore does come with a jam. Wei is out of the way with his Jack-7. So here we go. Blodgett is all in with ace, deuce, offsuit up against the 2 10s of our chip leader, Ravi Pyloore.
Glantz about to go to his rail and tell them he folded an ace.
I folded ace-6. I folded this hand.
God, my reads are on on point.
Behind for all the chips. I would have got fucked.
And Glantz saying how lucky he is.
I folded ace-6. It was picked for 7 blinds.
10, 5, 4. Top set for Pyloore, but a wheel draw and backdoor hearts available for Blodgett.
Even when you flop the nuts, it's not easy. But now
well, that 5 on the turn is just going to end it. Full house for Pyloore. A good run for Blodgett. He's going to take home $158,910.
Yeah, I'll let you know for sure. I'll get in touch.
Almost doubles his tournament's winnings there,
Good game, brother.
which were 211,000 previously.
I'm very sorry.
Great run there by
Not
Jason.
much available for Blodgett at this final table. Did a lot of folding.
I just want to be average stack.
But laddered up quite nicely.
I want to be average stack.
5th place. Almost 160 dimes for him, and I'm sure that won't be the last we see.
I didn't want to say anything.
That's ace
for
for
Blodgett.
Some people, I just don't want to take a guy's hope.
Yeah, of course.
4 players remaining now. Everyone is up over $200,000 locked up from a measly $500 buy-in.
400x, 400 buy-ins.
Crazy.
You know, you're happy to win like in small field tournaments, 30 buy-ins, 40 buy-ins, 50 buy-ins. 100 buy-ins is nice, but to get 400 buy-ins, you can only do it here at the WSOP.
Master of Null said, shout out to the headbangers making final tables.
There you go. Glantz.
What is it? I'm
with
sorry.
a raise here,
23.
King 9-0.
23.
This is where you're going to see Matt Glantz
Absolutely not.
get into action. He's going to start springing into action now. We pay jumped up. We're down to 4. I'm playing shorthanded. I'm going to show you guys why I have over $8 million in tournament earnings, and my name's Matt Glantz.
Yeah, stacks are a little bit deeper now, maybe a little bit more play. Shortest stack belongs to Wei, but he's got 10 big blinds. So, you know, those periods when we've had players with 6, 7, 8 big blinds are gone for the time being.
So maybe we will see post-flop again, Donnie. That has escaped us for this whole broadcast. We've seen one post-flop hand, I believe, in 50 hands. Maybe we will see some more now.
Oxide Lounge said, I wish every poker commentator would stop focusing on backdoor draws. They are just a draw to a draw. Bro, how many times have you seen a backdoor draw come in? If they're present, we're going to call it out because that has to do with people's equity in the hand.
Yeah, so I know it seems like it's not a big deal, but like Donnie said, it deals with equity. It matters.
Blodgett doesn't have 17% on that flop if he doesn't have backdoor hearts.
Exactly, yeah. Jack 10 suited hitting the muck there.
I was so hoping someone raised so I didn't have to fucking raise.
Beach music.
Let's go, baby. Play free online poker anytime, anywhere with Play PokerGo. No deposits, no risk. Just pure poker action. Jump into ring games, tournaments. Don't miss the brand new and always entertaining No Gamble, No Future themed sit and goes. Those feature the Wheel of Gain. You can compete against players worldwide and sharpen your game with Play PokerGo. Available on web, iOS, and Android. Check it out today at playpokergo.com. If you guys aren't signing up for Play PokerGo, I can't help you. I'm sorry. I just can't help you. All right, everyone, we are down to 4 players here in the 10th edition of the WSOP Colossus event. First time this tournament was held was back in 2015. Cord Garcia won that event. Has always been one of the biggest tournaments of the year.
Out loud.
The voice is just, what's that?
Let us know who you're rooting for. We got Wei,
I
Williams,
don't have an
Glantz,
inside
and
voice. I only have
Pyloore
a
here in the final
share all
4.
my thoughts voice.
PokerGo hates me. He said, heated in the booth. I'm only heated at you guys.
I think it's just the frequency of the voice.
Matt Glantz here, suited Broadway. I don't know what he wants to do. I mean, you are second in chips, but you only have 16 bigs. Do we want to just jam here? But nope, looks like we're raising. This is probably the preferred play given the stack scenario of Glantz being second in chips, chip leader being first. But again, with this stack depth in play here, I don't know. I would probably question strategies on the best way to play. So look, we make it 3x.
Yeah, sorry, man.
And the 10 big blind stack wakes up with a suited ace. Is this going to be an all-in confrontation, Donnie, or is this going to be
30.
an all-in and a potential fold from the queen jack suited? Is ace-4 have any other ideas to maybe see a flop? I don't know, man. This is fascinating.
All in.
There is the jam from Wei, and Glantz quickly calls it off with the queen jack suited, so here we go.
Ace-4 versus queen jack,
Okay,
same suit.
so Glantz said, look, I'm not going to fold this
No,
hand.
I'm
I'm just going to roll it.
Open 3, I jam 10. Ace from space.
You have 91. 91. 91.
Queen 8-7, top pair for Matt Glantz, but Wei still has spades. But Glantz taking 2 of those spades away with his holding. 6 of diamonds on the turn.
It's every fucking all in.
Wei can now hit a 5 to make a straight. He's got almost every out in the deck.
15,000, 30,000.
5 diamond or 5 spade or ace, excuse me.
That's it.
4 of clubs on the river, and that is going to eliminate Wei. He takes home 4th place, $207,740.
I want to have a piece of
A career best run for him, basically doubling his career lifetime tournament earnings.
Good luck.
Wei was,
I wonder how the rest of
he
this
resides
is
in Boston, Massachusetts, so from the East Coast. Another player that I'm sure we'll see plenty of going forward.
Nice one, Matt.
Great place, yeah. What else can you do there? You got to hold. You just got to hold. And Matt Glantz, team lucky. Getting lucky once again.
Brad?
I think yes.
And Matt Glantz creeping up on the chip lead. He's still 12 big blinds away from the chip lead, but he's up to 27.5 bigs. Chip leader up to 40 bigs. And Courtenay Williams in 3rd place with 14 bigs.
Looks okay. 200K guaranteed, bro.
We got more music, baby. If you want to 50x your buy-in, head on over to splashsports.com, especially now during the NBA Finals. Jump on into their quick picks format, and you could possibly have a huge payday, just like these guys here at the WSOP Colossus final table. That's not all Splash Sports has to offer. They have plenty of opportunities for you to get in on the action. So check them out today at splashsports.com.
Cards are still right.
Okay.
The cards are still right.
It's mine, right?
Yeah.
That's
But
big.
yeah, right. That's correct. Because he was big blind, right?
Okay, now we should see some more post-flop play. Now we should see some stagnation in strategy.
At 1.6, sorry, Matt. Yeah. You have 120 there? Or
About.
and less?
Stacks of 18.
Stacks of 18?
Yeah. 122.
122? Yeah, thanks.
Yes. He was keeping stacks of 18 yesterday, so I kept busting his balls. Oh, Jesus.
So no small blind here, just a big blind. That's definitely a Lucky Chewy laugh I hear in the background
Lucky Chewy
there.
laugh, and that's some Martin Cabral chirping that I hear going on in that 50K high roller. Just about 20, 30 feet away from this final table.
Am I the short one?
Yes.
The chips
Lucky
are
Chewy.
flying here at the WSOP Colossus final table. We are down to 3. These final 3 players guaranteed a little bit over $273,000. Second place worth $361,000, and then first place is going to walk away with $542,000 and the coveted WSOP gold bracelet. This is PokerGo's coverage of the 56th annual World Series of Poker. Today is a double stream day on PokerGo.com. Tentatively scheduled to do the $50,000 high roller day 2 coming up, but we're keeping tabs on the other stuff that is happening around the series. So if we make a change, we will certainly let you guys know about it. If we don't let you know about it on this stream, stay tuned to the various PokerGo channels on social media.
Or just a thing?
Or just check out PokerGo.com/schedule.
It was just a joke.
Well, I was there when the thing started, but I didn't know if it
What happened was I had ace 3, and I said I looked at 1, I saw 3, so I had to call.
Yeah, no, I was there for that. I didn't know if
That's
it was
when it started.
okay. I didn't know if it started from something
Obviously,
prior
I
to
looked
that.
at the ace. Yeah.
Oh, you?
Yeah, obviously. I was making a joke.
Yeah. Well, remember I called him naive yesterday. I actually believed you, so it was me.
That's funny.
Snake Eyes in the chat asked, "Can I make a recommendation?" Sure, man. Just go ahead. I'm sure it's going to be incredible. I'm sure it's going to be incredible.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Please do. As we see Matt Glantz here with 2 10s, that has been a dominant
I'm sliding
hand.
out of the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
I'm on the edge of my seat waiting for this recommendation, okay? I'm ready.
All right,
I'm ready
Donnie's
to go.
ready. Donnie's ready. I'm looking at the poker while Donnie's looking at the chat. Now, Matt Glantz just wondering what he wants to do here. All options on the table here. 25 bigs, I think limping or raising are both fine. But he might be thinking about the pay jumps and wanting to play a passive strategy maybe against the big blind chip leader. I'm not sure. Lots of thought going into this, though.
All in.
Wow, I did not expect this. That seems egregious to just jam for 25 bigs, especially with a hand this strong. And I think there's something at play here where just the chip leader's tanking. I don't know. Okay. But yeah, I don't agree with that shove at all. At all. I think that's probably the worst thing Matt Glantz could have done there is jam. But, you know, he's there, I'm here, and I'll reserve all commentary to that point there.
Snake Eyes' recommendation is, can we have more mixed game coverage? I love Nolan Hold'em, but let me speak some truth to you, Snake Eyes. No one live streams more mixed game coverage than PokerGo. Okay, flat out, hands down. There was an entire mixed game series with streamed final tables that lasted 10 days or so earlier this year.
Yep.
That was followed by 3 straight days of the largest ever buy-in mixed game tournament with elite commentary from Chris Fitch and Alex Livingston. These super high roller bowl mixed games. 3 days of coverage. We're going to have multiple days of coverage of the 50K PPC. All in and call here at the final table. A7 for Pyloore, Ace-3 for Williams.
Donnie, you're getting fired up over here.
I don't like when people say that.
Now look, it's no offense, Donnie. He's just saying, hey, we love it. We just want some more. We just want some more of it, Donnie. It's okay, bud.
I'm just saying. I got to defend the people, my people.
All right.
All right, all in a call. Let's go, baby. Come on.
Oh, my God.
3 on the flop. 8-3 deuce. Look at Williams.
Courtenay Williams smiling. Now
he kind of doesn't want to celebrate too much because there's still 2 pulls in it here.
And this is an awful start to this hand for the chip leader.
10 of hearts on the turn. 1 more card to come. Pyloore needs to find a 7. There's 3 of them left.
To get to heads up right now and have a massive chip lead. Oh, my God, it's close.
The river. It was close, but it did not count.
So, look, that's the first hiccup for the chip leader. And, look, that stuff happens.
No worries at all.
Got to shrug it off, recalibrate. And, look, we got a 3-horse race here.
Look at these chip stacks. You cannot get any closer.
And Mr. Williams is not crying casino tears as we see on his shirt. He is shedding tears of joy in the casino after sucking up with Ace-3 versus Ace-7.
That the 3 was coming on the flop.
No, 132, right? Those are 20s, right? Yeah. Okay.
So it's going to be right around 27 big blinds for everyone at the table, and let's see how that shifts the dynamics here.
Well, look, we see Williams isn't scared. Williams doesn't have fear.
Yeah, Williams isn't scared. He certainly has not shown any sort of timidness at all throughout this final table. We know the experience Matt Glantz brings. And as it comes to Pyloore, you know, now that he has very much pulled back to the pack, he's lost some pots at this final table, but he's always maintained that big lead. But now, if he looks around and he says, oh, we're all even, let's see how it affects him, if it does at all.
It was going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, look, all these players are now basically have playable stacks. Before, it was more pre-flop. Now, they all have playable stacks. So, shouldn't really change much for the chip leader, but the psyche maybe.
I call snap off with 6s against King Queen.
Yeah, you're all good.
Yeah, there you see his friend just being like, listen, man,
I'm not even,
you're still in it. You're right there with everyone else.
You got it in good.
We all agreed
no big deal.
Yeah.
Just the ups and downs of the game.
You want that call.
I told you I made that straight flush on the fucking day one. Like, it's just been that fucking thing.
Tournaments.
Yeah, nah.
And in tournaments.
Small, big two.
It's just been that fucking thing.
265.
And we have a three-man poker race here. Anyone's game, effectively even stacks. Okay, we're going to see some maybe post-flop play. I don't think we just see all-ins here for 26 bigs, but we'll see. Okay, we
There's
are.
The jam, ace, queen off.
Oh, my God.
Glantz
No way.
nines.
This is in here. This is in here. Oh, my
He's
God.
all in.
So, look, Donnie, this is we thought this might get away from an all-in fest with all the short stacks busting, but the players are still in all-in mode. And here we got the chip lead pot, a big coin flip.
Only if you pronounce the R correctly. Oh, I'm okay with it. There we go.
Glantz with the pair. The current made hand, 55% to win this one, but this is a flip for all of it. 8-5 deuce. It's clean for the nines of Matt Glantz.
Casino Tears versus Lucky AF. Who will
That helps
win?
me. I said it helps me, though. Oh, okay. Got it. Got it.
10 of hearts on the turn, so Williams is down to needing an ace or queen with just one card to come. Glantz has got to fade 6 outs.
And
the ace
on
of
the river. Oh
diamonds!
my God.
Ace on the river!
I think you have a little bit more, just a little bit more.
I think he has me covered.
He had 380.
These stacks are so close that we're going to have to count things down. If our graphics are correct, we're going to lose Matt Glantz here in third place.
Wow.
And that is it. Matt Glantz gone in third. The ace on the river is the dagger. Ending his tournament. He's going to collect $273,260.
Poker legend, staple of the game here. Matt Glantz, we love you, buddy. That puts him over $9 million in tournament winnings. Wow, what a river card there, and what a run for Matt Glantz.
Updated payouts on your screen now, presented by Octopi Poker. We are heads up. Ramaswamy Pyloore versus Courtenay Williams. With that pot there, taking out Matt Glantz. Williams has the chip lead.
PT is back this November, my babies.
This is going to be such an amazing event back in fabulous Las Vegas. I had such an amazing time at the NAPT last year. It was one of my favorite events.
Stay up to date through the PokerStars channels.
Come play with us this November.
I'll see you in Las Vegas.
Be there.
Welcome back, everyone. Short intermission there, thanks to PokerStars and the upcoming NAPT Las Vegas coming up this November.
Donnie, just like that, we lost Matt Glantz. Like, just like that.
Just like that, yes.
The three-handed, we're talking about, oh, there's going to be some post-flop play. People are going to adjust. No, there's a 26 big blind all-in from the small blind, a 25 big blind all-in call from the big blind, and we're heads up. What?
Courtenay Williams with the chip lead here, 2-1 over Ramaswamy Pyloore. Pyloore started today as the chip leader. He scored a double knockout last night to bring us down to the final table. He has worked his way to heads-up play, but it is now Williams, who was short early on, has run it all the way up, just took out Matt Glantz, as we saw. Ace-queen versus nines, ace on the river, and now we are heads up for it all. Playing heads up for right around $180,000 in prize money is the difference between first and second. Second worth $361K, first $542,000. Of course, the coveted WSOP gold bracelet is going home with one of these players.
So when you find inexperienced players making it this far in a tournament, I'm going to tell you, Donnie, these guys have not played heads up. These guys do not know heads-up strategy for the most part. I'm assuming. I could be absolutely wrong, but looking at their, earnings and their experience here, they don't play a lot of heads-up. But I will tell you this.
A fun river card here. Trips for both players, and Williams with the best hand, with that jack kicker. He checks over to Pyloore.
5 big blinds in the middle. I'll tell you this, even though these players don't play a lot of heads up, they know trips is a good hand, even if flush exists. But how will this go?
50 million out there. The bet is 30 million.
Now, ranges are really wide. You could have ideas of raising here with trips with a good kicker, but with straights and flush present, I don't know if we're going to see that. You would imagine your opponent's not going to check back a straight and a flush, but look at this. Williams does raise.
A min raise.
I call.
Pyloore does make the call. And Williams getting some extra value on the end there with that check min raise.
That's a great
He is
find.
going to extend his lead.
That's a great find there to raise with trip fours.
Fours, both of us.
Your opponent could be betting an ace, betting a worse pair. You expect them not to have a flush and a straight when they check the turn. So a cooler first hand a heads up there.
It's very, very shocking that the stacks didn't get in if we both got fours. I don't think either of us were worried about a fucking flush.
That's okay.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
Small blind, please.
6.
Donnie, I don't think this is going to last very
6.
long. I mean, I don't know. Obviously, we could be here for another 3 hours, but just from how this final table is played out, I just think chips are flying.
They didn't even let us know, right?
They did not.
And the blinds are
Can
now
you check the floor?
moving up.
All right, so this is your 12.
And look, they might have gave the wrong guy the chips because Courtenay Williams is all gas, no brakes so far. I like this. We do see a limp. This is a good strategy when you're sub 15 big blinds playing heads up. There are limps. You want to play your post flop advantage of the button. And Pyloore can see a free flop here. And he does oblige. And Donnie, Williams flopping the nuts here with 9-10 and Pyloore with a gut shot himself. Will we see any more chips enter this pot from both players? And a check back from Williams. Trapping. Pyloore, this is a good spot to bluff. You would bluff here with your 9x and your 10x at some frequency. So I see nothing wrong with this bet with a hand that can't win at showdown.
18.
The only problem is you're betting into the effective nuts. And rightfully so, we do see a raise here, a sizable raise. And this will end this hand here.
Williams gets that one. Takes some more chips off of Pyloore, extends his lead even further. Courtenay Williams, out of California, works in television production. His biggest score prior to this one was $65K for a second place finish in an LAPC prelim event, $350 buy-in there. So $350 into $65K. I mean, I'm assuming that was a huge field too. So Courtenay Williams certainly knows a thing or two about going deep in these big field tournaments. He came into this event with $122,000 in earnings, and he's got one hand on the bracelet right now with this chip lead over Pyloore.
Notice the stack depths. We're working with 12 big blinds from second and chips.
I'm sorry, I'll get those up closer to you.
Chip leader flopping trip eights. Opponent only 10 high. These are the flops you might want to check back. Let your opponent hit something, and we do see that savvy check by the chip leader. And talk about hit something. Williams makes top pair himself with a very nonchalant kicker. The deuce will not play. The deuce is ineffective here. And we will see chips move in this hand unless there's a miracle 10 on the river. How does Courtenay want to proceed here? Surely our hand is worth a call. Do we want to play more aggressively, though? So we do just see a call. And both these players have monster hands heads up. Let's just note that. You know, both of these players have very big hands. So deuce doesn't matter. Courtenay playing 10s and 8s with a 4 kicker. But the flush does come. Maybe someone will be worried about the flush. But Pyloore should not. Trip 8s, you checked on the flop. Your opponent could have a 10. They could have a straight draw. They could have a 4. So you should.
Vote for me once.
4, 8, 8, 10, 2.
Okay. Pyloore asks for the dealer to read the board. I don't know if they're supposed to comment on suits, but a flush is present on the river. But again, when you trap and you slow play the flop, you should be value betting trips. $80 in the middle, 110 in the stack. What does Ravi think here? Williams just waiting, saying, okay, what are you going to bet, bro? I'm ready. I might call.
How much is that?
54.
54.
And a great bet here by Ravi.
Okay.
Going to get paid off.
Announced.
You have an 8?
Trips paid off.
And that
54.
great check back on the flop there by Ravi. That got him paid
Fold
here.
6 to, I had a 10. I was going to fold 6, 5, 10, 2. I had 3 pairs.
You're going to fold for what?
I was going to fold. Nice hand.
Thank you, sir.
Look, if your opponent's ever bluffing there, you should never fold a 10. So, yeah, you might have been able to pick that one there correctly, Courtenay, but that's
was
just
so close to
kind of
folding.
inevitable.
I had a 10. I had 10 too. I made all the pairs. I was so close to folding it. If he had chipped, I'm folding.
It's 12 and 12, you said.
Good bet.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, what are we? What's that?
6, 12, 12.
You got it. Take that.
Okay, now the stacks are up to 20 bigs. We could see some differing in strategies. We could see some raising. See a limp, and here with 20 bigs and ace deuce off, I mean, all the options are on the table. All in, check, raise.
$30?
30?
Yeah.
Raise to 30. You deal a rent, good luck. 12, 12, and 6.
If you would like to win your way to play in the Poker Masters, know that Octopi Poker isn't just the home of the best all-in-one studying platform on the market, but they are also giving you a chance to win a seat. This could be your ticket to compete against some of the greatest stars in poker, including that man right there, a former Poker Masters winner, Stephen Chidwick. Just head on over to PokerGo PokerGO.com/WinMasters.
Like
Enter
GSK?
for free.
I know none of it, but you do good
And
work.
you could
I
be
do
playing in
dumb
that
work.
Poker Masters
No,
opener.
no. I like your work though.
Cool. Okay.
Oh, my bad, I forgot.
I need to know what they are. Can you please put them on there?
Jack 3 deuce here. Williams flops second pair. Check, check. Now 2 pair for Williams.
Okay, trapping with 2 pair basically when you check.
Check, check again, and that trap could get him some value here on the end as Pyloore does connect with a 7.
Yeah, I think you want to start betting your 2 pair now, and you can go any kind of size, honestly. It's 36 in the middle. You could go over bets. You could go within the pot.
18. 18.
And 7 here, good bluff catcher. This is kind of an inevitable clash when you see hands play this way. A 7 should typically call here. And expect to be good. Your opponent could be value betting a 3, a 4, be bluffing, of course.
2 pair?
Call announced from
What's that?
Pyloore, 2 pair announced
3-4?
from Williams, and he's going to take this one down.
And look, this is just heads-up poker. There's a lot of variance. You have to get to showdown and see hands. So these 3 hands that we've seen from trip 4s, trip 8s, and now 2 pair, these all seem pretty standard to me.
What am I, 6?
You have to be some kind of miracle worker
2
to
threes.
really get away from some of these
See how
spots.
quick I learn?
If that's the case. And Williams holding on to about a 3-1 chip lead here.
My bad, sorry man. I'll throw you, don't worry.
One of my Vegas buddies, Pete, in the background, I guess rooting for Courtenay Williams here, both from California. With the casino tiers. Streetwear.
Checking in here with the Poker Stars Spotlight, Mustafa Kanit doing work right now in the 50K high roller. Day 2 action underway. He's sandwiched between Shannon Shore, and I actually don't know the gentleman there to his left. Did see Alexander Reard at that table as well. He began the day as chip leader. Mustafa, a tremendous player out of Italy. Often rolls around with Dario Sammartino. We all know Dario, of course. Ah. (7-4) deuce here. A couple of clubs. Nice flop for Pyloore. He's got clubs and a gutter. He's got a gutter to a straight flush draw.
Straight flush draw. Heads up. I mean, let's pile in money here. And the idea behind piling money in here is we can put a lot of pressure on a deuce or a 4 immediately. And we only have 8 high. So you don't really want to check that, but we do see him check it.
6 on the turn, straight for Pyloore.
That is the nuts. And with this strong of a hand, you could just slow play, obviously. The idea of raising is that I want to raise now to try to build the pot and get stacks in on the river. So we do see a raise come in, which is obviously fine. And facing a raise with just a deuce and no backup here, I think it's immediately uncomfortable, and you can just let go here if you so choose to think that your opponent's not really bluffing.
No. Go ahead.
Fold there from Williams, and Pyloore picks it up. Stack's now right around where these guys started heads up play. Almost 550 for Williams, 268 for Pyloore.
Yeah, I will give you. Don't worry.
These are the final two players.
What are the total?
From an enormous field of 16,301
It doesn't
entries.
say
Master of Null asking if Nick Wright will be commentating.
It doesn't
this
say
year.
total chips up there, right?
Possibly. Maybe. I know he's been around the World Series
850
playing
in
some
play?
events.
Thank you. Thank you.
Maybe we'll get him into the booth at some point.
Total?
850.
Total chips up
Total
play,
chips?
yeah.
Not it.
So yeah, seeing just, these players want to play flops. Okay, fine. Let's play some flops. Top pair, disguised top pair here, nonetheless, from Ravi Pyloore. And Williams with a 5-high diamond draw surely wants to start betting now, and he is.
Bet 12 million.
And when you check a hand like Ace-5-0 here, blind on blind, 20 big blinds deep, heads up, calling is natural, but you could play aggressively as well because your hand's so disguised. Our opponent's going to play anything. But these are two big hands continuing to the turn.
10 of hearts pairs the board.
Neither player probably likes to see this turn card.
Okay. Check, check, king of spades on the river. Check mark to Pyloore. He's got two pair. Aces and tens playing that king kicker on board. Check, check.
Yes.
Check, check. Ace is good.
And very good control by Courtenay Williams there to not put any more money in with 5-high and just concede the pot, because he surely would have not gotten a fold.
Yes.
Small, right?
6.
Ace-8 off here for Pyloore. He's first to act on the button. Taking his time with this one.
Yeah, I would like to see some raising strategies here as the stacks get a little deeper. 2.5x, 2.3x, 2x even. So I like this.
30?
30?
30 total.
30 million from Pyloore. 9-3 suited in the big blind for Williams.
That guy's so fucking obnoxious, dude.
Referencing Martin
The guy
Cabral.
can hear over everybody in the room.
Yeah,
we
he
can
is
hear.
very annoying. That's part of his poker strategy, is to annoy everyone at the table. And he's even annoying people not at his own table. He's annoying people playing for a 200K heads-up match, Donnie.
I'm small, right? Yeah, small on button. I'll get it.
I mean, Martin Cabral is just nonstop.
Very obnoxious. Obnoxious. No other word for him.
Yes.
Oh, my bad, my bad.
But he does it with purpose. You know, he's trying to get under the skin of the other players. at his table. And, you know, when he's in his element, he's constantly chirping, trying to knock you or any of his other opponents out of their element.
Yeah, he borderlines, he walks the line on disrespecting game integrity in some of his past previous shenanigans. Yeah. Thank God I haven't had to play with him. But that kind of behavior should not be celebrated or encouraged. I mean, sure, anyone can talk at a table, but when you take it past that, it's where there's some problems.
Fish in the chat said, I love Martin Cabral. Elixir also said, I love Martin Cabral. He changed my life.
Yeah, okay. Get at a poker table with him when you're playing for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands or whatever.
Shut the fuck up. Will you guys pause for a second?
No, you can tell the floor.
Look, there's other players that can't stand
There's Martin Cabral right there.
Okay, yeah, good
Victor
job.
Blom at his table. Brian Rass. We just saw Alex Foxon. Was
Good job, production. Keep it up, production. Poker Pro Productions, bro. Let's go.
Bet 15. 15 million.
You know, when we have a completely silent table, everyone's like, why aren't the players talking? And then you get Martin Cabral, everyone's like, why won't this guy shut up? So you're never going to win.
But he's not even on the table, Donnie. That's the problem. He's 4 tables away. We still hear him chirping. Shut up, bro. These guys are playing for huge money. But I hear you, Donnie. I hear you. There is an entertainment factor. There is that kind of shenanigan about it. But yeah, it's annoying.
Paul in the chat asking how many entries in this originally. 16,301. Down to the final 2 here. Courtenay Williams versus Ravi Pyloore.
So we see Pyloore call with a king high and end up turning a straight draw. And Williams just betting with 9 high ends up making the best hand on the turn.
Seven on the river. Pair of deuces good for Williams. He's going to check.
And look, if you get to the river here with king high, rightfully calling the flop, it's a good check.
Yeah, it is good.
Check, check. Pair of deuces going to win it here for Williams.
And that was a great flop call with king high there by Ravi.
King high?
We got more music, so that means pump fake? No,
pump fake.
No pump fake.
If you need the music, I can keep going.
Yeah, no, we're good. Play free online poker anytime at Play PokerGo. No deposits, no risk, just pure poker action. Ring games, tournaments, and the brand new No Gamble, No Future themed sit and goes. Check them out today. All that is available for free at playpokergo.com. You can compete against players worldwide, just like yourself. You can sharpen your game. Play for free now, playpokergo.com. Also available on iOS and Android, so no excuse to not get in the action on playpokergo.com.
Check.
Another limp pot. 9-10 out flops Jack 4-0.
Check.
I do like to see the Jack high start with a bet here. This is a board that should favor you. But once you get called, what is your plan? Are you going to have multiple streets to barrel here? Or do you just have a give up? You might have to adjust your strategy if you start seeing your opponent calling you with king highs and queen highs a little more frequently. So we do see Jack high just kind of wave the white flag here, and 9-10 is going to win this hand. unless they're somehow bluffed.
Check, check. Pair.
Pair's good.
Sensing a bit of timid play from each of these players, you know, just kind of still feeling each other out. I don't know if that's a nerves thing now that you've made it to heads-up play, and you know, not only are you playing for the $180,000 difference in prize money, but that gold bracelet that's on the middle of the table, that is right there. And ultimately your place in poker history as the 2025 Colossus champion. So kind of still trying to feel each other out. No one really willing to take any big swings just yet, but of course, we know that ultimately can culminate in just one big cooler.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a little bit of what you're talking about. You know, it's a big stage. There's a lot on the line. Let's make sure we get it right. And then it's the other thing of just a lack of heads-up experience. You know, most of the time your hands are going to be pretty poor, and you're not going to make big hands or connect that well with flops. And a lot of people just don't have experience in those strategies. So, yeah, we just see a lot of limping and these guys just kind of playing very passive and playing very small ball. But Pyloore starting to put the chips to work a little bit. We see him raising a couple buttons now.
What's the total?
30.
And Williams seems interested.
30 million.
Yeah, 10-7 suited. Let's see a flop. Absolutely. Start playing some pots.
$72 million in the middle here. Queen 7-5 with a couple of clubs out there. Williams takes the lead here, pairing his 7. Checks the action over to Pyloore.
Not much working for Pyloore, aside from the fact that he's got king high. He blocks like king queen and stuff, but doesn't have clubs, doesn't have like a wrap around to the 7-5. Like if he had king 4 or king 6, I think those might be better candidates to want to start bluffing. But yeah, he bets with his king high, just hoping to take it, and gets called.
Check call of $25 million. Turn card pairs the board, 5 of diamonds.
Gotta like that if you're Williams. Flush draw misses, sure the 5 pairs, but does your opponent always bet a 5 on the flop? Surely not. Maybe they would just check and take some of that showdown value to the turn and river. And if you're Pyloore, you got to be worried about this board as well.
Check.
Check, check. 8 of diamonds comes in to complete the board on the end.
See, so Williams checks really
Pair.
quickly.
Here is good. What pair?
Check, check.
What is it?
2 pair good for Williams.
I was just going to say, you know, Williams checks very quickly, but he has a hand that could value bet on the river. But again, if your opponent's never going to call you with a worse hand or an ace high, then yeah, you don't need to. But these players are just happy to check down basically their pairs.
Tournament summary here presented by Oats Overnight. Entries in this one, 16,301.
265, wherever we started.
We saw Matt Glantz bust in 3rd place.
Back
We
to
also
square
lost
one.
Ryan Leng in 7th. $542,000 up top.
Sure, right? Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Hey, big hand here, heads up, 10-9 suited. It's a premium.
$24.
See Williams with his first raise, I believe, from the button.
24.
And an even better holding, Queen 10 suited. Whatever Pyloore wants to do here is suitable. Calling, all in, could also be an option. We see a passive route.
King, queen, 4, 2 clubs. Could be some action here. 10-9 for Williams, has a gutter. Pyloore's got a pair of queens and a flush draw. Check, check. Deuce of hearts on the turn.
So when the flop goes check, check, you usually would have some idea of maybe like trying to slow play and trap a little bit with this queen 10 suited, but I think you can just start betting your hand strength on the turn. But we do see Pyloore check it. And this is going to induce a bet from a 10 high.
18.
And as played, I mean, Pyloore should know he's got the best hand. So do you want to raise? You could, but what do you really get action from? So it's like, yeah, you can turn your hand into a bluff catcher at this point. But what I'm trying to get across to the viewers is queen 10 of clubs here in a heads up pot when the flop goes check, check is basically the nuts.
59.
And Pyloore recognizes that, and this is a great raise. This is exactly what I was talking about. If you're going to play this hand so cautiously and not try to get value on the turn, betting, then a check raise
What
is
does that
suitable.
leave you with after that?
And Williams.
Just go like that real quick.
I have 60, 100, 140, 150, 160 plus this. So around 170.
170, okay. 170, put in 54.
59.
59.
So great find here by Ravi Pyloore. And now if you're Williams, I mean, your hand was kind of caught in the cookie jar, and I think, yeah, it's time to go.
Williams out of the way there. Nice pickup for
You see the guy in
Pyloore.
Pittsburgh? Pittsburgh hat? Yeah. That's the guy who got the straight flush that set kings. He probably just saw now too, and he's like, that's the fucking guy that hit the straight flush against my set of kings.
Courtenay Williams relishing in some day one bad beat he put on somebody.
Well, you know, when you hit a straight flush, why not?
And now, yeah. I was that guy, man. Now I got to watch you heads up. Just kidding. So Ravi chipping away. He was down to 10 bigs, I think 120 million or something, and he's fighting back.
I'm sorry.
Ten, 6, 6. Pyloore drills trip sixes here. Check, check, ace of hearts on the turn.
Seven high, don't want to do anything. Just basically conceding the pot here. Pyloore wanting to start to build the pot here. And we're even and out. 40 bigs versus nearly 30 bigs here. (10-6) off on the button for Courtenay. Debating between
25.
raising and folding.
25. 25.
And 8-5 off, about the bottom of the barrel that you could consider calling and seeing a flop here, given faced with a min raise.
Oh boy.
Look, sometimes you got to whiff yourself and make sure
That
it's
was
you and
incredible.
not somebody else that stinks at the table. But Courtenay Williams playing under the bright lights, playing for $200,000 heads-up match and the coveted WSOP gold bracelet. Of course, there's going to be some nerves and some perspiration.
And as we heard, Matt Glantz and some of the other players talking about earlier, it's hot as heck up there.
Yeah,
So.
apparently, yeah. So look, I would have loved to see Williams bet this flop, ace, king, jack, with the 10 in his hand, given that he's supposed to have all the good stuff.
25.
But he ended up checking back, and now he's calling for a gut shot. This might work in his favor because Pyloore might have to just pull the escape shoot and not put any more chips in the middle. But, excuse me, Pyloore makes the best hand with a pair of fives. So will this get to showdown, or is there an idea of Williams bluffing at some point? So Pyloore, not really sure probably where he exists in the spectrum. And look at this.
Pair's good.
Pair makes it. Little does he know how that pair looks. And that's a big pot, Donnie. That's a 10 big blind pot, 120 million. I think Williams is kicking himself a little bit for not betting the flop there. As we see the 18 cashes here for Ramaswamy Pyloore. We've been calling him Ravi. That's his nickname.
Yeah,
as
Ravi's
well.
his nickname. 67 years old, was born in India, but now resides in New Jersey.
Sorry.
He's in IT management, has 2 kids, married.
They're probably watching us
I hope
on
so.
the stream, watching
I
their
hope
dad
so.
play for
Yeah,
gold
one more limit for the
bracelet, bringing all this money home to the family. And we got a match, man. These players are, Ravi's coming up, man, almost neck and neck.
Ace-3 here for Pyloore. He's going to limp the button. Williams is checking his option with King 8. King 10-10 favors Williams. Orca Boy 3000 said 540K from $500 is insane. That's right. It is absolutely insane.
Very insane. And you
Ace
had to
here
beat-
on the turn.
Yeah, unfortunate turn card here when you have kings and tens. Pyloore's got to like this, and I would love to see a bet now. But yeah, to turn 500 into over 500,000, it's insane, but you have to beat 16,000 plus people. That is also equally insane. Look how many people these guys had to get through to just get to this point. And here you shouldn't really fold a king. Your opponent could be bluffing hearts, a jack, a queen. So this is natural progression here in a heads-up pot with these holdings.
Deuce of clubs here on the end. Let's see if Pyloore wants to go hunting for some more value here. 76 million in the middle.
Sure, you're a little scared of a 10, but your opponent can have all the offsuit kings, all the suited kings. They can have just queen highs that are bluff catching, like queen 3, queen 8, whatever. So yeah, your aces up is warranted of a bet here when you're playing heads up.
Pair.
Yes, I got it.
Check, check. Pylore's going to win.
Maybe missed value there, but we see him take the chip lead with that putt. It's like Baywatch music or something. I don't know what this is, like some 80s
I
music,
love it.
man.
I absolutely love it. You know, I used to play poker with the writer of Baywatch.
With Pamela Anderson?
Think you can outpick the field? Jump into Quick Picks on Splash Sports, the new peer-to-peer fantasy game, where you pick more or less on player stats and go head-to-head for real cash. Hit your picks, top the leaderboard, and take home the prize. Play now at splashsports.com. Win up to 50 times your entry fee for the NBA Finals. Again, that's over on splashsports.com.
That just reminds me of like a workout promo shot on
It's
like Venice
16.
Beach or something.
16 now?
Yeah. So 8 and 8. I mean, 16 and 16. Sorry.
Yeah.
All right, so blinds are moving
16.
up.
Yeah, you got it.
And this is going to cut the stacks down even more so. So we're playing about 30 big blind average stack at this point.
Michael Burke used to play poker
Michael
with
Burke.
him.
Okay,
Used
cool.
to play 15-30 and 30-60 Omaha high-low at Venetian with Michael Burke.
And he was one of the writers on Baywatch?
Executive producer of the Baywatch
Awesome.
series.
That's where you guys got the music from.
Yeah, exactly. You know, just talked to Michael and he hooked it up.
All right, so we see a big raise here from Courtenay Williams to 40 million. I say big raise, it's about 2.5x. But the idea is you decrease your raise size the shallower stacked you get. So that's why I say big raise size here. We see both players like operating in like a 25 big blind space.
7-4 not going to play. So Williams takes that one down.
It's a good fold, the 7-4, priced out and don't hit the flop enough.
Chip lead swings back over to Courtenay Williams.
Yeah, 40 million in the middle with every pot played before a raise.
You got the fan side. I got the hot side still.
Okay, ace high and king high. We do see Courtenay wanting to put some more money in.
Oh, so sorry.
He makes a min raise, the suited ace. King 6 shouldn't go anywhere now.
Ace 10 deuce, aces and deuces for Williams.
So look, he goes to trap. You could just go start with a small bet there on the flop because it's your range and it's your board and I'm going to have bluffs and good hands. But, you know, we see these guys playing a different game than you might see two consummate studied pros. But rightfully so, we see aces up now bet. And is this going to entice a king high here, right? What if your guy's bluffing? So let's see how Pyloore wants to continue. Or does he just want to fold and not put any more chips in the middle here? But no, king high calls. So unless he hits a queen or tries to bluff Williams, Williams going to win this one.
Jack on the end.
So you hate this river card if you're Williams. But his hand could still bet for value, and it seems like he wants to do so. And Pyloore with a stone cold bluff catcher.
1, 2. $1, $2, $20, $25, $30, $40.
Now, for everyone watching, you don't have to answer
50,
this question.
60,
as long as your chips are
265
visible,
left.
you don't have to count your chips
265
down
for
and
the
all
bet,
that.
right?
Yeah.
Hey, just move your hands to make your chips visible. Make sure the big denominations are in front, and it's really up to your opponent to get an eye on the stack.
Yeah, because people can ask you that to get a read on you. I like to do that to people. I like to see how they react. What's their willingness to be helpful? Are they super serious still? You know, you can gauge the strength of their hand or their comfortability in those interactions. So maybe that's what Ravi was doing. Does Ravi have plans to bluff
160?
here? And he does,
No.
Donnie.
Oh, you're raising. Sorry, I'm sorry.
He raises the 160 here with the straight blocker.
And immediately catches Williams by surprise, who was like, wait, it's only 60, not 160. No, he's raising, sir. Right back in your face.
And this is where heads up gets magical, when players start stepping outside the box and really start putting pressure on these type of holdings. Now, lots of draws missed. Can Courtenay find this bluff catch with top pair? Now it's time to try to get a read on your opponent. Now you go into the tank and you try to sort this out.
I call.
And Williams does make the call. Look at that.
Wow, Donnie, that is a huge confrontation. And just like that, Pyloore's down to 10 bigs.
I thought you were trying to raise me off a chop pot.
And you heard the thoughts there. I thought you were trying to raise me off a chop. I would say that's probably one of the more unlikely scenarios in that spot. But hey, good find for Ravi to try to go for a bluff and win the pot. An unbelievable call by Courtenay.
Yeah, it's one of those spots where if you're Pyloore, I mean, you just got to tap the table and say,
What am
nice
I?
hand, sir.
Eight, right?
You got me on that one.
I'm 18.
He did what he needed to try and win the hand, put pressure on the exact type of holding that Williams had. But Williams was just a little bit too strong there, figured it out and made the call.
And I have a little gripe just looking at the setup here. We could have got some of these 1 million chips off the table, color up these guys. You know, we're playing 16 million, but whatever. I know some people out there are like, they take our chips too many. We want the big stacks and stuff. But heads up, it's a little annoying when you got to, you know, throw 12 chips to the dealer and stuff when it could just be 2 or 3. As we see there, 16 chips hit the middle, which could be 4 chips with 3 5 millions and 1 1 million. But whatever. I'm just talking because what else do I have to do? It's me and Donnie in the booth. Heads up is slow.
Yeah, still heads up here. They've been battling, these two guys. We see a premium hand picked up by Pyloore. Ace, queen suited.
So limping here is an idea to trap. Shove is what some people might want to do, but these hands are so strong. You really want to limp or min raise. And I love this by Ravi.
Does come with a limp, and it's
And
2
Donnie,
threes
this is getting in.
for Williams.
These are big hands, heads up.
And he's all in.
Ravi, there's nothing to think about, buddy. You got ace queen suited.
And
Let's
there
go.
is the call.
Pocket threes?
Yeah.
Pocket threes, ace queen suited, and a chance for this one to end if these threes hold for Williams.
It all comes down to a coin flip. This is a $200,000 coin flip, Donnie, and the opportunity for one of these players to win their first WSOP bracelet. $200K coin flip. Oh my God.
Jack 10. Pyloore flops a Broadway straight.
It is not a coin flip anymore. This is destruction and disaster for Courtenay Williams.
Deuce of diamonds on the turn. That is going to lock it up for Ravi Pyloore. His ace-queen is going to give him the double up.
100, 140. You want to check one?
He shoots back up to 342 million. Williams knocked back to 470 more million. He still has
20,
the chip
40,
lead, but
60,
things
80,
are much
100,
closer
120,
once
140.
again.
145, 150, 155.
And you know what? With that, how about this? How about we do a giveaway for the PokerGo chat?
Let's go. Giveaway.
What do you guys think? I saw some people complaining about no giveaways for the PokerGo chat, so I'm going to do a giveaway for the PokerGo chat.
What are you going to give away, Donnie?
I'm going to give away a $15 gift card to the PokerGo shop.
Okay.
To one
nice.
person. And here's what you got to do. All you got to do is let me know who you would like to win, Williams or Pyloore. I will select someone at random.
For ace queen.
We'll give it a few minutes here for you guys to get your guesses in, and then we'll draw one person to win a $15 gift card to the PokerGo shop.
164.
She count. It was 164.
Okay. Is this the pot?
So what kind of
This is 164.
items can we expect in the PokerGo gift
I mean,
shop?
everything.
16
We got
16,
shirts, hoodies,
right?
hats, you know, some
No,
other
pre-flop. 16,
merchandise
16, and
items,
8.
different apparel,
16, 16,
collectibles.
yeah. I counted 164 out.
We got a
Should
Go
be
Leisure
140, right?
premium
So this
line of
one's- sorry.
apparel. We got stuff from High Stakes Poker, stuff from No Gamble, No Future, all the different PGT
100.
items. So, you know, independent of winning this gift card, you should check out shop.pokergo.com anyway. Okay, people? That's what you should be doing. The second season of the award-winning PokerStars Big Game is available to watch on the PokerStars YouTube channel, with new episodes dropping every Saturday. It's high-stakes cash action. It was filmed during the NAPT Las Vegas in 2024. Loose Cannon, Jordan Handrich takes on Jennifer Tilly, Sam Grafton, Andre Akari, Griffin Banger, and soccer star Gerard Piqué. Again, new episodes of the PokerStars Big Game every Saturday on the PokerStars YouTube channel. Keep getting those winner guesses in, or who you want to win, Pyloore or Williams. I'm going to draw one winner.
Oh, okay, okay.
In a couple of minutes here to win a $15
Yeah, I didn't shove on the
gift card to the PokerGo shop.
Degree. I'm sorry, my bad. I thought, yeah.
Okay, well,
yeah, I shoved that flop.
Yeah, you sure it. So, yeah, I was thinking like we went it.
No, we went in
My bad. Yeah, my bad. I'm sorry.
Okay, a little confusion there with the payout of doubling up, but it seems like everything's kosher, and we can move forward here in this heads-up match. Williams still retains a chip lead with about 30 bigs, up against a 20 big blind stack of Ravi Pyloore. Something's making me feel like we're maybe saying his name wrong since it's an Indian origin, or India origin. But I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know. I went with it. Normally the chat will correct me.
Yeah.
No one's corrected me, so I feel like either we're correct or we are all together in this area of stupidity. I will defer to myself as the dumb American, so apologies if we are getting that name wrong.
Williams is easy, right? You know,
I
I
would
got
hope
family.
so.
I got family last name Williams too. My sister married a Williams, so you know, shout out to my sister. I doubt she's listening, but yeah, we struggle sometimes with the names. We try to get it right, but you know, we're only human.
Keep those guesses in, or keep those names coming in. Pyloore or Williams, who do you want to win? Going to draw one winner to win a $15 PokerGo shop gift card.
Okay, 4 hearts on this board. Pyloore does have the best of it with a pair, and Williams doesn't even attempt to bluff at this at all with 7 high, with a hand that probably can't win. So yeah, if anyone has any questions in the chat, if anyone wants to chat with us, Donnie's obviously doing the giveaway. But let us know if you guys got any questions. We're here to engage.
PokerGo Hates Me says, Donnie is the only commentator who pays attention to the PokerGo chat.
That's true.
It's mostly because I like to argue with the nonsense that happens in the PokerGo chat. Okay?
I stay away from looking at chat, but maybe
No,
Donnie,
I will just go in. I do not care.
Yeah. Maybe Donnie needs to get me on the chat, or maybe I need to start watching.
All right, so after this hand, I'll do the drawing for the winner of the $15 gift card to the PokerGo shop. That's shop.pokergo.com.
40.
We see a bottom barrel hand coming for a raise here.
Go ahead.
Ooh. And we see a king hit the muck, which is a little surprising in a heads-up format, but okay.
All right.
As you see the shot, these are the tables of the 50K. And actually, Donnie, this was requested.
This is what everyone's been wanting to see, right? This is deep in the $10,000 buy-in, no limit deuce to 7 single draw championship. Daniel Negreanu was currently 8th in chips. Darren Elias also deep in this event. 2 tables in action. Looks like they're about to go on break as D-Nex is pulling out the vlog camera.
The hot pink chips making an appearance at WSOP. I haven't seen those yet.
No break. He's just going to pull out the vlog camera anyway.
And we're virtually even here back at the Colossus heads up.
I mean, I have 416.
416.
And we said, what did we say was in play? 8 what?
845 or 850.
Okay, so you're slightly ahead.
So almost even, I guess?
Yeah.
100.
I'm small.
200.
Yeah. Big. Okay. Let's do it easy for everybody.
5.
Mostly me.
5, 200. 3.
Yeah, you're slightly ahead.
50. 75. I have exactly even 400.
Yeah. Oh.
Started with 400 even.
I had like 4. So, yeah. I think it's about.
Sorry, how much you said?
You're 8.
Yeah, no. How much you started with?
I started the hand with 4, like a little over 4.
That's fine. Yeah, 840, so it should be 440 probably. 440 or 845, something
yeah,
this side.
We're close.
All right, so I owe you guys a winner, and I just drew it. And the winner is Some Bozo. What a username.
That's a real name?
I mean, it's a username.
Some Bozo.
Some Bozo. Congrats, Some Bozo, on winning a $15 gift card to the PokerGo shop. He said Williams.
And Williams with a monster holding here. Ace-King offsuit in the face of a limp. What size do we want to raise here? We make it 50.
Some Bozo, a member of our customer support team, will be in touch with you to get you that $15 PokerGo shop gift card. So,
not only do we make winners at the WSOP, but we make winners here at the PokerGo chat.
yeah, I mean, the chat was complaining that we never do any giveaways. Well, guess what? We just did a giveaway. No more complaining. Pyloore makes the call here in position, 10-4 suited. Now, this may seem like a trash hand, but you can see heads up when he's friendly live. He's still got 37% equity, and he gets to play in position against his opponent. Queen 6-5, rainbow with 1 heart.
And notice, like, you know, how often people disconnect heads up. So I would have loved to see an ace-king just continue to bet on that flop. But now we're letting someone realize their equity with 10-4. But here we go. A delayed C-bet is in order. And this should win the pot, I imagine. And these are big pickups, Donnie. There's 10 bigs in the middle here. I mean, we have even stacks, so these are big pickups. Does Ravi have other plans to steal this pot away and have some aggression? Seems unlikely.
Ravi does find a fold there, so that pot over to Williams. Pyloore going to get up and stretch it out a little bit. Sitting for a while. We'll do that to you.
Eight, right? Yeah. Thank you. Sorry. I might keep asking you every time. I apologize.
Ace-4 on the button for Williams. Comes with a limp.
And 2 3s, checks. You know, in any other format, this could have been an all-in, you know, for 20 bigs, an all-in with Ace-4 and an all-in with 3s, but instead we see a flop.
7-4-3. Pyloore smashes this one, bottom set. Williams connected 2. He's got a pair of 4s.
And I think the idea here with bottom set is to start raising now. There's a lot of bad turn cards that are hard to get value from, like a 5, a 6, a heart. So if you start raising now, you can get value maybe from a 7 or a 4. And we do see a raise. I like it. And sure, a pair of 4 is going to continue just in case the opponent is bluffing with a 5, with a 6, with a heart draw. But given how these people have played, I would maybe be a little cautious moving forward with a pair of 4s.
Queen of clubs on the turn. That officially means Williams is drawing dead here, unless, of course, he can somehow get Pyloore to fold.
And so look, all those draws that I mentioned, the 5x, the 6x, the hearts, they've all missed. So a pair of 4s might be intrigued to see a river card. But I ask you, how has your opponent played the heads up this far? They min raised you on the flop, and now they're betting 55 million. You know, are they really going to do this with bluffs?
Call.
But
Williams
a natural progression
calls.
here. Yeah, this is fine for sure. Keep them honest.
This pot balloons up over 200 million,
Oh
and we
my
got
God.
quads, quad 3s.
I mean quad 3s, excuse me. Donnie, you're playing heads up for 200,000. You've beat 16,000 players so far. You're one-on-one, and you make quads, and you check.
Pair.
Check, check, and look at Pyloore. Cannot believe
Oh my
it.
God, that was not the spot to check quads. The draws missed. You're playing heads up. You have the betting lead. You must bet there.
And listen, I know Pyloore won the pot, but he is visibly frustrated. He kind of smacked the table there. So it's not often you see someone kind of get upset and possibly tilt after winning a pot, but maybe we see it there.
Yeah.
Because he's visibly keeps looking over at his rail like, oh my God, what did I just do?
Yeah. There's so much money in the middle. You have the nuts. Just bet your hand. Even his friends are over there shaking their heads.
Especially when you bet turn and you got called. I mean, so your opponent's kind of telling you he has something, right?
He has a 7. He has a 4. He has a huge draw. Now, that check might have looked like a genius if Williams had the missed hearts or a 5 or a 6.
8, right?
Right, where he has to bluff. But, yeah, I feel like when you play your hand like that, you just gotta go for value on the river. But it's fine, obviously. Don't worry. That's fine to obviously check because your opponent could have had a lot of weak crap to get to the river that wants to bluff. They just didn't there. And just like that, we have the flip-flop of a chip lead. And it's 30 bigs to 20 bigs now in Pyloore's favor. And these are the pots, like who wants to fight for these pots? Right, Queen 9 obviously a formidable hand at showdown here if it checks all the way down, but 10-3 not so much. So does 10-3 want to do something? Do something by just hit the river. Make the best hand. Surely we could value bet now.
Williams finds it. He comes with a check, though. Check
Pair.
back from Pyloore.
Pair is
Williams is going to win.
And I just constantly hear these guys say pair,
do
and
I?
pair is good. Pair,
Yeah.
pair is good. Pair is good. But we see no betting from the pairs.
All right, I know I just gave away a $15 PokerGo shop gift card, but here's another way that you can win, and this involves a free entry. You can win a seat to play in poker's most exclusive event, the PGT $1 Million Championship. That is a $1 million free roll that will have around 40 to 50 players that you could play in. Enter for free at pgt.com/gleam. You could play alongside possibly Daniel Negreanu, Jeremy Osmus. Again, that's pgt.com/gleam. Just complete a few social media tasks and you can get in there. Be playing for free at the PokerGo studio. And some bozo, don't worry about your email. We got all the users. We got the information. You know, you are a subscriber, yes. So I believe our customer support team did reach out to you already. At least they just told me that they did. So check your email, the one that you have linked to your PokerGo account, and that $15 PokerGo shop gift card should be on the way.
Seven, 8 suited raises, 5-3 offsuit defends.
Jack 10-3, a couple of hearts. Pyloore hits a 3. Williams has backdoor diamonds. He's got a gutter as well.
I'd really like to see Williams be a little more aggressive in these spots. You only have 8 high, you have a gut shot, you have the betting lead. Like, you don't want to just check and like concede the pot when you are playing a range advantage, especially heads up. Like, it'd be one thing if you had like an ace high or king high to check back the flop, but when you have 7, 8 of diamonds,
40.
You know, now what? You know, I think it makes a lot more sense if you start betting the flop. Now when you check the flop and then bet the turn, you're representing maybe a weaker holding overall. And that allows this 5-3 to make a comfortable call. And now you don't really have a lot of information from the flop going into the turn, but hey, whatever. You hit the 9 of diamonds. That's a dream card.
9 of diamonds comes in on the end. Williams hits that gutter. Pyloore first to act here. He checks.
I'm all in.
All in.
This is
Snap
aggressive.
All in.
That is way too many chips here. Although it's fine. Let me not jump to conclusions. Sorry. All in is fine. He's really targeting a jack here and trying to like win the most from a jack. And yeah, maybe a jack wouldn't fold, but I think all in here for 2x pot is a little too much. Sorry for stepping on your shoe, Donnie.
All good. Pyloore's not going to make the call.
So I get Courtney's idea there is he wants to go all in, and he just hopes his opponent has a jack, basically. As we see Ravi's friends
Marathon man
console him, saying, you should have bet your quads.
He probably slept better than I did, though.
Deep sigh there from Ravi. This is high pressure moment. Doesn't get any more high pressure than this, folks. Heads up for the WSOP bracelet. All the gold, all the money. 20 bigs with deuces on the button. Could just move all in here. But we see very small pot poker being played.
King 6-5, 2 diamonds.
Sure, 10 high, 10 of diamonds. No aggression so far in this pot. And with a pair and a diamond, very hard to navigate this with 4 overcards. Which is why, you know, I advocated for an all-in pre-flop for 20 bigs about. But you could keep someone honest here with all your pairs and a diamond. Seems reasonable. So if you had a 5 with a diamond, a 6 with a diamond, obviously a king or ace with a diamond, and then deuces with a diamond. Deuce is going to hold up. So this is where Courtenay needs to continue with plans. This is where, if you start betting the turn, what are you representing? And we are seeing grab and chip. So I really do like this from Courtenay here. Pyloore going to take another look at the board as a pure bluff catcher.
Call.
10 high.
An unreal call there by pocket twos. Pair is going to win. 2 pair takes it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, deuces.
Nice hand.
Still battling here, heads up in the WSOP Colossus. If you'd like to get into the mix, play some free online poker at PokerGO. Jump into ring games tournaments or sit and goes. Compete against players worldwide. Sharpen your game. Play now for free at playpokergo.com. It is the home to authentic online poker. Available on web at playpokergo.com. Also for iOS and Android. So we come back into the play here. A limp from Williams on the button with Jack 6 suited. Pyloore finds King Queen in the big blind.
Again, so passive. I really hate the passivity here. I think, you know, poker is an aggressive game. There are times and places to be passive, but when you're heads up playing 20 big blinds sub deep, that's not it. And, you know, we're letting hands like Jack 6 here outflop us, and we're disguising what's happening, Donnie? Jack 6 checking the flop, okay, fine, but like, the board is already dicey enough. I am baffled. Surely you have to bet jacks up now
40.
in the face of 3 diamonds on the board. And King Queen would typically be a natural bluff catcher in this position, but without a diamond, probably just want to let it go. But this what happens when you don't raise your hands and you play this very passive strategy. Find yourself getting into tricky spots on rivers.
5 on the end here. Williams with the check mark. His 2 pair holding up.
And 8 makes a straight. And we see these players. Obviously, I'm coming from. So it probably goes check, right?
Okay. 2s. 2 pairs.
So look, I obviously understand I need to dial it down a little bit. I come from a place where I've studied poker for over 20 years. I've studied heads up.
King Queen.
This is a $500 tournament. These players have, you know, around 100,000 in earnings before now. So they're playing a different game than I view heads up. As you just hear Courtenay himself say, I know nothing about fundamentals. So I understand, chat. I'm going to try to make it more effective to what we see here. But heads-up poker is just very tough. You don't really make a lot of hands. And the shorter stack these guys get, the harder it is going to be to play. So that's why I'm advocating for more aggression and more battling. But I get it. I get the position these guys are in.
That's his. I just called. I'm small blind. He's big blind.
You small blind.
Yeah, I called.
You got the wrong. Oh no, I'm wrong. Don't listen to me either.
16.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We are
I
all
just
good.
called
The
him.
pot is good. The option
Yeah,
is on the big
I thought
blind
the
here.
same thing.
And he does check. Okay, let's go. Pyloore with a good flop, flop in middle pair.
Yeah, generally speaking, a pair and heads up is probably good enough, right? As we've heard many times, these players say pair, and pair just wins it at the end.
Yep. And then even on these texture boards, you know, ace 9-3, it's unlikely your opponent's going to have an ace. So sure, you can go ahead and bet your 9 for value. Hope you get called by a 3, get called by some draws, but nothing present for Courtenay Williams. And these guys are just battling back and forth, seesaw.
75.
Thank you.
Still pretty close in chips in this one. Pyloore with the chip lead.
$40.
Raise to 40.
And we have kings here for Williams, making it 40 million. And Pyloore finds an ace-8 offsuit, which is
Again,
a pretty decent hand.
In any other scenario, these players might just be all in here, but these guys are seeing flops and playing
Thank
post
you.
flop. And Donnie.
9-8-3.
There's some connectivity here for the ace-8, and king's obviously ready to pile in more money. So could this be it? Could this be the big confrontation where both players are comfortable putting in money? And William, surely you don't want to check kings. Surely we want to start betting for value.
55.
He comes with a large size, 55% of the pot, nearly 60% of the pot or so. And look, I don't see how you go anywhere with ace-8. Yeah, what else can you do here but call? If you had ace-9, you'd probably be all in. But now, this pot has ballooned to over 200 million. And the 9 pairs on the turn. And this is where heads-up ranges, it matters a whole lot because, you know, your opponent could have 5-6, 6-7, 10-7, Jack-10, Queen-10, a 3, an 8. So they don't always have a 9 here. And wow,
A
Williams
jam
is not
from Williams.
scared at all. And he just goes for max value here, Donnie. And Pyloore with one of the better hands he can have here, aside from a 9, of course.
And Pyloore probably thinking, if Williams has a 9, is he just going to rip this in? Wouldn't he maybe try and like milk me for a little bit more?
Why would you go all in on your 9 turn there?
You nailed it, Donnie. But also,
Should be scared of the turn, right?
Williams has also moved all in for 2x the pot when he rivered the straight.
True.
So
True.
maybe this is just the type of player who just... Whoa,
He
he got
calls.
it. It's called.
For kings?
Williams tables those kings. They are way the best hand right now.
Wow, this is for almost all the chips in play here. Pyloore covering slightly.
Pyloore looking for an ace or an 8 on the end. If it comes, this is over. If not, a huge double for Williams. And he will have a stranglehold on this match.
800 million chips in the middle. Have you ever seen that many chips at a table, Donnie?
River card is the 7 of diamonds, and the kings hold for Courtenay Williams. And he doubles up to more than 800 million, and Pyloore is left with less than one big blind, just 12 million for him.
Plays for the max value, gets max value, and that's a
Oh, yeah,
really
he had more than
unlucky
320.
spot with the ace-8. Those were big hands clashing. as we get the countdown here. And Courtenay Williams can taste the bracelet being wrapped around his wrist already.
Dealer breaking down the mountain of chips that belong to Williams.
This is 2.
Pyloore is going to send
This is 3.
99% of his stack across the table.
What, Donnie, can you tell me this heads-up disparity here? What is this right here?
I mean, this is crazy.
I can't do math like that. 10 million to 800 million?
This is 200. This is 300. Yeah, you can check.
This is 1, that's for sure.
The dealer getting up from his seat so he can count these mountains of chips here.
Yeah. Okay, so these are all 300, you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you just bring that 3 back here for a second?
Yeah.
And this is almost over, Donnie. 12 chips remaining. It looks like Courtenay Williams doesn't want to celebrate yet.
This is 200 right here?
Yep.
297, right?
Either overpair. Yeah, I thought either overpair or nothing. Yeah, that's it.
That's okay. Ravi.
Smell horrible.
We'll fight it out.
Yeah, Ravi, nothing you can do, man. I mean, you had a big hand. Why would your opponent just jam a 9? It was just kind of an unfortunate setup. Obviously, there's some maneuverability you could do, but that's just a really tough spot. You had a monster hand yourself. What if he's shoving a worse 8? What if he has Jack 8, 10 8?
Yeah, listen,
like,
I trust you.
Yeah, what if he's bluffing with Jack 10 or something? Like, yeah, this game is so hard to navigate because it's a results-oriented thing.
Thank you.
And you can't be results-oriented. Now, obviously, there's going to be a lot of questioning Ravi's thoughts and how he played. Like, should he have checked the quads back and all that stuff? You know, because he maybe is going to finish second, it seems like that's what's going to happen here. But that's why you can't get stuck in results-oriented thinking when you play poker. You got to just think about the process.
What am I, 2020?
Yep, 2020.
And we see the blinds have increased. So half a big blind versus all the big blinds for the title. And we're going to see an all-in the first hand, I imagine, with most of the chips in the middle here. Hey, but it's never over till the fat lady sings, Donnie.
Call.
So we are all in here. And look at Williams. He just picks up 2 9s. Just absolutely incredible. Let's see what Pyloore finds.
Maybe Pyloore has an overcard? Okay, 1 overcard.
9s.
Can't ask for much more than that with a blind hand. Queen 4 off for Pyloore. Let's see if he can survive. 9-8-5, top set for Williams, and you can see the percentages there. 97% for Williams to win this one.
Okay, Vala.
He's got to fade a miracle.
Hey, well, you got a couple. You got a couple.
Yeah.
You got a couple. You don't have much. You have chop outs, maybe.
4 of clubs on the turn, and that is going to do it. Pyloore officially drawing dead with that turn card. He is going to be eliminated in second place and take home $361,000. But it is Courtenay Williams as the champion of the 2025 WSOP Colossus. He's taking home the gold bracelet and $542,000. Courtenay Williams, the final player left from a field of 16,301.
Overpair, but I don't know. Shit.
Congratulations. That is unbelievable.
Okay.
And the second place finisher, Ravi, should have no ill feelings about his performance. That is an unreal performance. 500,000 to over 305,000, 350,000, whatever it was, Donnie. I don't know. But this is a champion right here. This is the winner. He says it's going to his mom. Over $500,000 from a $500 buy-in. Are you kidding me?
An absolutely incredible win for Courtenay Williams. The biggest hand, of course, was when he had those pocket kings versus the 2 pair of Pyloore, and then ultimately finished it off with the 2 9s. Congratulations to Courtenay Williams, sir. You are the 2025 WSOP Colossus champion. All right, everyone. There are the final standings as presented by Octopi Poker. Courtenay Williams up on top, $542,000. We are still trying to situate what we're going to be doing for the second stream of the day. Please stay tuned to PokerGo.com/schedule. Also check out PokerGo on social media to find out what's coming next. But we're not done for the day. For Tristan Wade, my name is Donnie Peters. It was a pleasure calling this one for you guys. We'll talk to you in a little bit.